Chapter 1953. Woof! 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 The short-legged little Aku heard its familiar voice and barked even more happily. Gu Nianji pushed aside the branches and watched as little Aku skipped up the wooden ladder and climbed up to her treehouse. As soon as she reached the door of the treehouse, little Aku happily rushed into Gu Nianji's arms and bumped into her. Gu Nianji was knocked to the floor of the treehouse and laughed hysterically. Hu Xiaoheng saw little Aku start to lick Gu Nianji's face and coughed calmly. As soon as it heard this sound, little Aku reflexively jumped up from Gu Nianji's body and squatted in front of Hu Xiaoheng. It looked at him with a serious expression, but its little tail quietly wagged from side to side behind it. Gu Nianji, stupid Aku. She forgot about her mother when she saw Aku. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and knocked on the short table in front of him. He said to Gu Nianji, "Come and eat. Aren't you hungry?" "Hungry? How can I not be hungry? I'm so hungry that I can eat little Aku." Gu Nianji smiled and rubbed little Aku's head. Little Aku still stared at Hu Xiaoheng and didn't dare to act coquettishly to Gu Nianji anymore. Gu Nianji asked curiously, "Huh? Why is it so obedient to you? Was it because I wasn't around this year? But you weren't around most of the time." Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. "It's not an ordinary corgi. It's a military dog now." "Gu Nianji, are you really going to let it be a military dog? How is it going to go to the battlefield? Are you going to rely on it to kill the enemy?" Gu Nianji asked suspiciously. She looked up and down at the cute, short-legged little corgi from Russia. She really couldn't see how it deserved to be called a military dog. In Gu Nianji's heart, military dogs were all majestic, tall, strong, fierce, and ruthless. Hu Xiaoheng reached out to scratch little Aku's chin and said, "Go down." Aku rushed out of the treehouse like an arrow and climbed down the wooden ladder. Gu Nianji stuck her head out and only had time to see its little tail standing upright on its little butt. "He really listens to you," Gu Nianji said bitterly and lowered her head to eat her brunch. Hu Xiaoheng sat behind her and pulled her into his arms. He smiled faintly and said, "You have to give birth to a son for me. I promise he'll listen to you." Gu Nianji, he pretended not to hear her, but the corners of his lips curled higher and higher as he ate his shumai, even affecting his chewing. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her face. "You smell like shumai. Then don't kiss me." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Also, I haven't asked you for money yet. How dare you complain about my shumai? I have to pay for a kiss." "I don't have to pay for kissing you, but if you smell my shumai, you'll get to eat my shumai. Isn't that free?" Gu Nianji picked up another shumai with relish and put it into her mouth. How stupid. The pork had a balance of fat and lean meat, which was different from the freshness of the shrimp. Together with the chopped bamboo shoots, the combination of the three was perfect. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed as she ate. She wanted to moan to express her satisfaction. Hu Xiaoheng saw that she was enjoying it, so he also picked up a shumai and sent it to Gu Nianji. "Open your mouth." Gu Nianji swallowed the shumai in her mouth and opened her mouth to bite the shumai that was sent to her mouth. However, Hu Xiaoheng only moved it forward slightly before suddenly lowering his head and biting the other half. How big could a shumai be? The two of them bit, and their lips involuntarily pressed together. Gu Nianji quickly bit off her shumai and swallowed it. She frowned and said, "What are you doing? Why are you fighting with me? Isn't it unhygienic to eat like this?" Hu Xiaoheng chuckled. "I'm not complaining about you. I'm the one who's complaining about you." Gu Nianji wiped her mouth with a tissue. Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the wall of the treehouse and crossed his long legs. He said leisurely, "Let's just treat it as an early rehearsal for the wedding ceremony." Gu Nianji. Is there a shumai segment at the wedding ceremony? She blinked and couldn't keep up with Hua Xiaohing's train of thought. Hua Xiaohing remained calm. He clenched his fists and coughed to his lips. He said, "Traditional program, apple biting. Gu Nianji. That old bumpkin is dead." Although Gu Nianji said it with disdain, the corners of her lips curled up. She was a typical example of disdain. After a sumptuous brunch, Gu Nianji leaned back on the big pillow in the treehouse in satisfaction. She wanted to call little Ah Ku up to digest. Hua Xiaohing said, "You should go down. Your treehouse can be slept in." Ah Ku came up and got dirty. "You clean it yourself." Gu Nianji's laziness was acting up. She thought about it and decided to go down and play with Ah Ku. She went down the wooden ladder of the treehouse to the front yard. Little Ah Ku, who had been sitting upright on the grass under the treehouse, suddenly jumped up happily. Unfortunately, his legs were too short. No matter how high he jumped, he would only reach Gu Nianji's knees. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that she bent down and rubbed little Ah Ku's head. She whispered, "Little Ah Ku, how about we go out for a walk?" It wouldn't be a problem for her to stroll around the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Besides, her enemies had all been brought to justice. She no longer had to worry about someone taking her life every day. The short-legged little corgi wagged his tail at her, then jumped up. He turned around lightly in midair and ran towards the gate of the courtyard. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. He understood her. She followed little Ah Ku out. Gu Nianji was tall and had long legs. Little Ah Ku's 4 short legs were running happily, but Gu Nianji only needed to take a few steps to catch up. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, little Ah Ku wasn't human and didn't know that human laughter had many meanings. He only knew that he had done his duty by making his master laugh. Therefore, he ran around Gu Nianji with even more joy. Gu Nianji played with little Ah Ku for a while and remembered that she had said she would call Ma Chi-Chi. It had been a day and a night, but she still hadn't called. Therefore, as she chased little Ah Ku's tail, she took out her phone and dialed Ma Chi-Chi's number. It was just noon, so Ma Chi-Chi should be having lunch. She could answer the phone and wouldn't disturb her work. Gu Nianji held her phone and waited for a while before she heard the sound of the call being connected. "Hello, who is this?" After a year, Gu Nianji almost choked up again when she heard Ma Chi-Chi's clear and beautiful voice. She took a deep breath. Chi-Chi. On the other end, Ma Chi-Chi heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice and was stunned for a long time. "You are Nianji. Nianji. You finally called me." Gu Nianji laughed until tears came out of her eyes. She nodded repeatedly. It's me, it's me. Chi-Chi, you still remember me. You've been back for a day or two, and you only called me today." Ma Chi-Chi seemed to be in a very noisy place. She called for a while, then walked to a relatively quiet place to continue talking. "Nianji. Tell me, how should I punish you?" "You can punish me however you want. I accept the punishment." Gu Nianji held the phone and smiled happily. A person and a dog trotted over from the tree-lined path. Gu Nianji was on the phone as she looked down at little Ah Ku, who was running around her feet. She suddenly heard the screech of a car brake and broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly stopped in her tracks and almost threw herself on the hood of the car that had just turned around. The people in the car were also so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating. The two of them looked at each other in a daze for a while before Gu Nianji shouted happily, "Chen Lai. Long time no see. You're trying to murder me." The person sitting behind the steering wheel in the car, the person who looked even rounder, was Chen Lai, the national miracle doctor of the military general hospital. His chubby forehead was covered in sweat. He had really been scared to death by Gu Nianji. Seeing Chen Lai, Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She said to Ma Chi-Chi on the other end of the phone, "Chi-Chi, where are you? Can I come and see you now?" Ma Chi-Chi heard Gu Nianji shouting over the other end. After she married Yin Shixiang, she was very familiar with Chen Lai, Zhao Liangzi, and the others. She quickly asked, "What happened to you just now? Is that Chen Lai?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Hurry up and tell me the address. Brother Chen has a car. I'll drive his car to see you." She walked around to Chen Lai's car door and knocked on the window. "Brother Chen, open the door." Chen Lai's limbs went limp. He slumped in the driver's seat and smiled bitterly at Gu Nianji. "Wait a moment. I'll open the door after I calm down." Gu Nianji couldn't hear Chen Lai through the window, but she could roughly guess what he meant. She made a face at Chen Lai. Brother Chen is so timid. Right at her feet, little Ah Ku was squatting upright. Gu Nianji asked Ma Chi-Chi to send her the address coordinates. Gu Nianji looked and saw that it was actually in the CBD business district of the imperial capital. The two of them said they would see each other in a while and hung up. When Chen Lai came over, the moment he opened the car door, little Ah Ku let out a howl and jumped up. He bared his little white teeth and pounced at Chen Lai. He bit Chen Lai's collar and couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. Gu Nianji held onto the car door and laughed until her back hurt again. She laughed enough before saying, "Ku, go to the side. I'll drive." Only then did little Ah Ku let go of Chen Lai. He jumped into the passenger seat next door and looked at Chen Lai warily. Chen Lai waved his fist at little Ah Ku. "You silly dog. If you bite me again, I won't give you meat." Gu Nianji pushed Chen Lai. "Brother Chen, come down. I want to use the car." Chen Lai quickly said, "I heard that you were back, so I came from City to see you." "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji smiled and said, "I made an appointment with Chi-Chi to see her. Brother Chen happens to have a car, so I'll borrow it and take a stroll." She looked at the scenery around her and sighed. "I haven't been here for more than a year." Although the other world was similar to this world, it was this small difference that completely separated the two worlds. Logically speaking, the other world was Gu Nianji's home, but she couldn't find the feeling of home there. Seeing how pitiful she sounded, Chen Lai's heart immediately softened. He quickly said, "No problem, you can drive." "Where is Ma Chi-Chi? Is it far?" He asked again. "I'll go with you." "Does Major General Hua know that you're out?" Gu Nianji's eyes blinked quickly. She smiled and said, "He should know, right? Chi-Chi isn't far. She's just over at the CBD. She probably came out of the office building for lunch." "Oh what do you want me to say?" Chen Lai sighed and picked up his phone to call Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, it's Chen Lai. Nianji wants to go to the CBD with me to see Ma Chi-Chi. I just wanted to let you know." Hua Xiaoheng didn't see Gu Nianji when he returned to the treehouse. He asked the guard at the door and found out that she had taken Ah Ku for a walk. This was the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. It was his territory, so Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried about Gu Nianji's safety at all. Therefore, he went back to his room and turned on his computer to deal with his email for a while. Although General Ji had given him a month off, he still checked his email when he had time. After receiving Chen Lai's call, Hua Xiaoheng spun his pen in his hand and was silent for a moment. "Where are you?" "It's at the corner of the tree-lined path at the base," Chen Lai said guiltily. He didn't dare say that he had almost hit Gu Nianji just now. His driving skills weren't very good. He usually drove by himself, but he would be especially careful when he encountered complicated road conditions. He had been too anxious today and almost got into a car accident. Hua Xiaoheng turned off the computer. "Wait, I'll be right there." He picked up his military jacket and hurried out. He quickly arrived at Chenlai's car. Gu Nianji was sitting behind the steering wheel. When she saw that Hu Xiaoheng had actually come, she waved at him in surprise. Major General Hua. Why are you here? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Chenlai sitting in the passenger seat next to Gu Nianji and said bluntly, Chenlai, you sit in the back. How could Chenlai dare to disobey? She pouted and hugged little Ah Ku unhappily as she got out of the car. Little Ah Ku barked at Hu Xiaoheng twice. After Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her, she obediently hid in Chenlai's arms. Hu Xiaoheng then said to Gu Nianji, you sit over there. I'll drive. Gu Nianji's hands itched and she begged, Major General Hua, can't I drive? I'll just drive for a while. Hu Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. You don't even have a driver's license. How are you going to drive? Gu Nianji opened her mouth and was about to say, I have a driver's license, when she immediately realized that her driver's license was still in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Secondly, her driver's license was from the other world. This world's driver's license had been thrown in the living room of the Sanwan apartment when she was kidnapped a year ago. Do you remember now? Hu Xiaoheng pointed at the passenger seat. Go over there. Gu Nianji had no choice but to move to the passenger seat. Hu Xiaoheng got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and asked her, where do you want to go? Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand and leaned against the window. She said resentfully, to see Chi-Chi. I said I would call her, but I haven't. As she said this, her eyes drifted away, and she didn't dare to look Hu Xiaoheng in the eye. Hu Xiaoheng knew that she was thin-skinned. Thinking about the past 2 days, he smiled contentedly and said in a good mood, send me the address. I'll take you there. Gu Nianji looked down and shared the address that Ma Chi-Chi had just sent her with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was better at driving than Gu Nianji, and the CBD wasn't too far from the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. At noon, there was no traffic jam on the roads in the imperial capital. They had a smooth journey and arrived at their destination in only 10 minutes. Gu Nianji pushed open the car door and got out. She immediately saw the tall Ma Chi-Chi in a smoky gray business suit waving at her in front of a hotel. Gu Nianji smiled and was about to run over when a woman in an eggplant purple business suit hurried up the steps while talking on the phone. She bumped into Ma Chi-Chi on the steps. This is today's big chapter update. Chapter 1942, Words Hate Words, Body Integrity. The monthly votes could be saved for the end of the month, but the recommendation votes had to be cast every day. P.S. I did a survey on Weibo to see how many people are willing to buy the General's physical book. If you have Weibo, please help me by commenting and reposting it. Especially if there are more likes and shares, then I will have the motivation to fight for it. My Weibo account is in the author's words below. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1954. Ma Chi-Chi stumbled and was almost knocked to the ground by the woman in the purple eggplant suit. I'm sorry. The woman apologized profusely with a rare contralto voice. She looked about the same age as Ma Chi-Chi, but because of her voice, she appeared much more mature. She bent down to pick up Ma Chi-Chi's bag. It's all my fault. This is my business card. If you need compensation, you can find me. As the woman spoke, she took out a business card and placed it in Ma Chi-Chi's hand. Then, she said into the phone, I'm here. You can start ordering. I'm at the entrance of the hotel and accidentally bumped into a lady. I hope she's fine. With that, she hurriedly walked in. Ma Chi-Chi couldn't refuse. She watched as the woman walked into the hotel and turned to see Gu Nianji also walking over. She quickly waved the business card at her and said exaggeratedly, You're finally here. Look at how much I've paid to see you. I was almost knocked down by someone, okay? Gu Nianji glanced at the business card. Carlyle Investment Company, Limited, Chief Analyst of the Pacific Rim, Isinyan. She's so impressive. So young and already a chief analyst. Gu Nianji smiled and patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder. Are you okay? That woman looks pretty skinny, but she's pretty strong. I'm okay. Mainly because I didn't notice. I can't see anyone else when I see you. Ma Qiqi smiled and took Gu Nianji's hand. Let's go. Have you had lunch? Let's go eat something. It's my treat. Gu Nianji suppressed a smile and turned around. You really only saw me. You didn't see Hua Xiao or Brother Chen behind us. Ma Qiqi looked up in the direction Gu Nianji was pointing and saw Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai standing in front of the car. One was tall and handsome, but his face was expressionless. The other was of medium build and a bit chubby. He had round eyes with black rims but was very likable when he smiled. It was Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai. Hua Xiao. Chen Lai. You guys are here too. Ma Qiqi smiled and greeted them. Want to eat together? Hua Xiaoheng usually didn't participate in gatherings between Gu Nianji and her best friends, but Gu Nianji had only been back for 2 days. He was still worried that she wouldn't be used to it. Therefore, he didn't refuse. He walked over with Chen Lai and asked, Have you made a reservation? Only then did Ma Qiqi remember, Oh. I only booked it for 2. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and dialed a number. He casually said a few words, then said to Ma Qiqi, I booked another table. It can seat 4 people. I'll return the one you booked while I'm at it. As expected of Hua Xiao. How can you make a last-minute call to increase the number of seats in such a busy hotel? Ma Qiqi gave him a thumbs up and clicked her tongue. I've never seen anyone who has the face to temporarily fill up this hotel. Even our law firm's boss can't do it. Gu Nianji held Ma Qiqi's arm and smiled as they walked into the hotel. She asked curiously, Qiqi, where do you work? I just graduated. Before that, I interned at a law firm. Now, I've become a full-time employee. My job is mainly to advise investment banks on corporate mergers and acquisitions and securities underwriting. Ma Qiqi shrugged casually. This job is quite tedious, but it's not difficult. It's just that my eyes are tired from reading the documents every day. Ma Qiqi was the same as Gu Nianji. She was also a postgraduate student at B University's Faculty of Law. They studied the best law program in the country. Most of the graduates from the faculty went to law firms and courts. Only a few went to the legal departments of commercial companies. Gu Nianji laughed. Then I have to congratulate Qiqi. You're going to be rich. Don't forget your friends when you're rich. Go to hell. Ma Qiqi giggled as she scratched her head and walked into the hotel with her. A handsome man in a suit stood at the front desk of the hotel. His face was a bit long, and his hair was combed so shiny that it could even fly. He also seemed to have just arrived. He was still holding his phone. When he saw Gu Nianji and her group walk in, his eyes lit up. Hua Xiao. You're finally here. He excitedly walked up and directly past Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi to shake Hua Xiaoheng's hand. The hotel manager, foreman, and front desk lady stood respectfully to the side with appropriate smiles on their faces. They nodded at them politely. Hello, welcome. Hua Xiaoheng reservedly extended his hand to shake the man's. You're too kind, Boss Hong. I'm just here for lunch with a friend. Unfortunately, I forgot to make a reservation, so I asked Xue Jingjiang for help. The hotel was owned by the Hong family in the imperial capital and managed by Hong Ziki. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know Hong Ziki very well, but his childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang, was a good friend of Hong Ziki's, so Hua Xiaoheng asked Xue Jingjiang to book a table at Hong Ziki's hotel. This was a high-end hotel in the CBD. Lunch was especially difficult to book. Just call me Ziki. Hong Ziki chuckled as he glanced past Hu Xiaoheng to clearly see the other three people. He didn't recognize Chenlai or Ma Chichi, but he had had a meal with Gu Nianji and had a deep impression of her. Oh. Isn't this Miss Gu? It's been 2 years. Nice to meet you. He enthusiastically extended his hand to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji shook his hand and said with a smile, I didn't expect Mr. Hong to have such a good impression of me. We met once 2 years ago, but you still remember me. It's not easy to forget someone as beautiful as Miss Gu, ha 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 ha. Hong Ziki praised her with a smile. His tone was just right to show familiarity without arousing Hu Xiaoheng's dislike. Actually, I saw Hu Xiao and Miss Gu's engagement on TV a year ago in Moscow. That's why I had a deep impression. I haven't congratulated the two of you yet. Hong Ziki was also smart. 2 years ago, when Gu Nianji had followed Hu Xiaoheng to a gathering with them, she had been a little timid and called Hu Xiaoheng uncle. Now, however, she was at ease. Her large, bright eyes were sparkling. Just a casual glance from Hu Xiaoheng and Hu Xiaoheng was enough to make one feel the unusual connection and ambiguity between the two of them. What else didn't he understand? Besides, the engagement ceremony hosted by Russian President Vladimir Putin a year ago had let the whole world know about the relationship between Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. He enthusiastically solicited business. When are the two of you getting married? Our hotel also hosts wedding banquets, and we guarantee that it will be of a high class. Previously, Gu Nianji had said that she wanted to postpone the wedding for a year because of her mother's death. Hu Xiaoheng had agreed to it, but he remembered that there were many things to prepare for the wedding. It would be a good idea to check out a hotel that could host the wedding banquet now. Hu Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. I'm working on it. Let's talk when we have time. Great. I'll tell brother Jingjiang and the others. Let's get together again when we have time. As soon as Hong Ziki finished speaking, his cell phone rang again. Picking it up, he was overjoyed. Speak of the devil. Jingjiang is here. Hu Xiao, shall we go to the private room and have a feast? Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji. Do you want to go? Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. You go ahead, Hu Xiao. I'll eat outside with brother Chen and Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi only wanted to chat with Gu Nianji now, so she waved at Hu Xiaoheng. Make yourself at home, Hu Xiao. I haven't seen Nianji in a long time. We need to have a good chat. Chenlai put little Aku down with a bitter expression and said, Major General Hu, take Aku to the private room. I'm hungry. I just want to eat. I'll go with Nianji and Chi-Chi. Hu Xiaoheng knew that Chenlai didn't want to interact with Xue Jingjiang and the others, so he didn't force him. He nodded. Okay, then help me keep Nianji and Chi-Chi company. Order whatever you want to eat and put it on my tab. He lowered his head and whistled softly at the short-legged little corgi sitting quietly on the ground. Aku immediately stood up and wagged his tail at Hu Xiaoheng. Little bootlicker, Gu Nianji glared at little Aku, and little Aku immediately wagged his tail at her even more happily. Gu Nianji immediately lost her temper and squatted down to stroke Aku's fur. Okay. Chenlai rubbed his hands happily. I'll eat as much as I want. I'll lose weight after eating. Gu Nianji stood up and asked in surprise, Brother Chen, you're losing weight. Her dark, jade-like eyes scanned Chenlai's body. Chenlai felt the undisguised ridicule and glared at her. Can't fat people lose weight? What misunderstanding do you have about fat people? Gu Nianji quickly held back her laughter and said as nonchalantly as possible, yes, why not? I start losing weight every day after eating until the next meal. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her over with a smile and kissed her forehead. Be good, I'll be down in a while. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned as hot as the burning clouds on the summer sky. She was so hot that she was about to explode. Ma Chichi and Chenlai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Hu Xiaoheng acted as if nothing had happened. He leisurely brought little Ah Ku and Hong Ziki to the private room on the second floor. Chenlai and Ma Chichi shouted at his back, "Just give the dog food to little Ah Ku. We're human beings. We refuse dog food." Gu Nianji covered her face and felt too ashamed to face anyone. "Hu Xiao, your actions are too coquettish." Chenlai and Ma Chichi turned around and clicked their tongues at her. They rolled their eyes in unison and followed her into the hotel. Gu Nianji followed with a blushing face. The three of them were led to a four-person seat by the back window by a waiter in a red vest. The back window faced the hotel's back garden, which was decorated with a tropical rainforest scenery. Interesting booths were dotted between the large stones of different shapes. The branches and leaves of the trees spread out, forming an overwhelming green. There were also strange-shaped pools made of stones. They were very wild and pleasing to the eye. Gu Nianji calmed down and smiled faintly. The scenery here is indeed better than over there. The seat by the window opposite could only see the busy streets and pedestrians coming and going. The scenery from the back window was the best. Although Ma Chichi had expressed anger at Hu Xiaoheng's spouting dog food behavior earlier, she was very happy to see her best friend and her fiancé so close. She winked at Gu Nianji and sat down affectionately next to her. Chenlai had no choice but to sit across from them. He picked up the menu and said, "I'll see what we can eat." Gu Nianji was curious. "Brother Chen, why do you call yourself I?" "Because I'm all alone. That's why all single dogs can call themselves I. I don't accept rebuttals." Chenlai said angrily and slapped the table. "Order, order." Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi almost collapsed on the table laughing. After laughing, Gu Nianji remembered that Ma Chichi was actually married. She said regretfully, "You said you wanted me to be your bridesmaid. In the end, you secretly got married while I was away." Ma Chichi quickly said, "No, no. We only got our marriage certificate. You can still be my bridesmaid at the wedding." "Really?" Gu Nianji raised a brow. "You guys sure are fast. Did something happen?" Gu Nianji deliberately glanced at Ma Chichi's stomach. Ma Chichi smiled and pushed her. "It's nothing. Actually, it was you." After the accident, Hu Xiao was so upset and Big Xiong went crazy. He was afraid that we would be like you and wanted to get married and get our marriage certificate as soon as possible. My parents agreed, but the wedding can't be rushed. It's still in preparation. That's good, that's good. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. They looked at each other and smiled. They picked up the menu and began to focus on choosing the dishes they were interested in. Because Hong Ziki had specially taken care of them, the hotel kitchen served their dishes immediately and put in a lot of effort. Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi hadn't spoken much when the dishes they ordered were actually delivered. Ma Chichi ordered charcoal grilled lamb chops, small potatoes with sauce as a side dish, or as a main dish. There was also cold spinach. The lamb chops were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The rich aroma of lamb wafted out as soon as it was opened. She didn't know what secret seasoning the hotel had used, but the lamb actually didn't have any gamey smell at all. Chenlai said he wanted to lose weight and ordered fried sea bass, but he ordered 2 portions for one person. The fried sea bass was accompanied by mashed potatoes and chopped Italian sausage. It smelled very good with a coriander grape cheese sauce. Gu Nianji, who wasn't interested in cheese, couldn't help sniffing a few more times. Because she had just eaten a basket of shumai, she wasn't hungry. She didn't order the main dish and only ordered a dessert, rose milk bird's nest. When the waiter in the red vest brought the dessert to her, he praised, "Miss, you have good taste." This rose milk bird's nest is our hotel's signature dish. We only sell 100 a day, we don't have any more. Select roses from the Kazanlak region of Bulgaria were flown in. They were used to boil milk, and after cooling, dried rose petals from the same region are added. Then, the stewed bird's nest is filtered and put in, and seasoned with rock sugar water. Finally, it's frozen in the fridge for a minute, and it's just right to eat. Our hotel's bird's nest is all golden sparrow blood bird's nest imported from Sarawak, Malaysia. It's completely natural and has very few impurities. Miss, you can tell it's different from ordinary bird's nest with just one bite. Gu Nyenji was intoxicated by the refreshing rose fragrance. She scooped a spoonful and ate it, unable to open her eyes for a long time. She had just eaten the delicious shumai, and now she was eating the sweet, refreshing, and rose milk bird's nest. It was a perfect match. Gu Nyenji closed her eyes and said, "No wonder it's so hard to get a table here. The taste is so authentic. It's delicious." This was today's big chapter update, chapter 1943, All Single Dogs Are Mine. Monthly votes could be saved for the end of the month, but recommendation votes had to be cast every day. P.S. There was only one breed of corgi that was born with a short tail or no tail. Other breeds had tails, and some of them were very long. Cutting off the tail wasn't necessary, but was based on tradition or breed. The need for standard. Many people in the United States no longer cut off the tails of corgi dogs. Besides, our little Kuhir is a military dog. Knock on the blackboard to highlight the key points. If a military dog had its tail cut off, could it still be called a military dog? Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1955. Is it really that good? Chen Lai was shocked. Then I have to try it. Ma Chichi looked at Chen Lai in amusement and said, "Everyone has different tastes. What Nyenji thinks is good, we might not think it's good." Chen Lai, are you sure you want to eat this kind of woman's food? Chen Lai asked the waiter in the red vest for the same dessert and said with a smile, "I don't discriminate against women. How is this for women? Also." He smiled and winked at Ma Chichi. "You don't know how picky Major General Hua has raised Nyenji's taste. If she says it's delicious, then it must be delicious." Really? Ma Chichi didn't know about this and blinked at Gu Nyenji. "Nyenji, is that so?" Gu Nyenji smiled. "I'll go back and ask Major General Hua and President Liu if they know how to make this rose milk bird's nest. I want to use this dessert as a midnight snack. I'll eat it before going to bed every night. It's both calming and nourishing. It's fine as long as I don't add rock sugar." The waiter in the red vest took the opportunity to sell their hotel's custom-made midnight snacks. They could deliver them on time every day. Gu Nyenji said she would consider it, so the waiter was satisfied and stood diagonally behind to take care of them. The three of them were so happy that they didn't even have time to chat. Not long after, another waitress in a blue vest walked over. She looked at the table awkwardly and whispered to the waiter in the red vest who had brought Gu Nyenji and the others in. "Isn't this table reserved and often empty?" "That's right, but young Master Hong just said that he's going to give this table to him," the red vest waiter said in a very soft voice. "Childhood friend." The waitress in the blue vest glanced at Gu Nyenji and the others. "Which one is Major General Hong's childhood friend?" "He's not here." Major General Hong and that gentleman went to the private room upstairs. "Major General Shui is also here," the waitress in the red vest said with a smile with her hands behind her back. She only squeezed out the words from between her teeth. Her voice was very low and she mainly communicated with her colleagues through a Bluetooth headset. Therefore, Gu Nyenji and the others didn't hear her. "So Major General Hong's childhood friend isn't here." The waitress in the blue vest breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then asked them to move aside. Let what? The waiter in the red vest thought he had heard wrongly. They've already sat down, and it was young Master Hong who instructed them to do so. How shameless are you to ask young Master Hong's guest to vacate his seat? The blue vest waiter's face darkened. Watch your mouth. I'll be honest with you. Miss Gua is here. She's having lunch with a few friends from the investment industry. There were 4 of them, and Miss Gua's friends said that the scenery here was good. Miss Gua remembered that there was a reserved seat here, so she asked me to clean up. They'll be here soon. The red vest waiter shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, then I'm sorry. Go tell them that they're late. The reserved seats for today have already been reserved. Are you stupid? The waiter in the blue vest nudged the waiter in the red vest. Miss Gua is young Master Hong's fiancée. Don't you know that? Also, don't you know why Miss Gua invited her friends from the investment industry to dinner? The red vest waiter rolled his eyes. Save it. You're just a waiter in the hotel. Don't think too highly of yourself. Miss Gua is young Master Hong's fiancée, but what does that have to do with low-level employees like you and me? What does it have to do with us if she wants to invite her friends from the investment industry? Don't tell me that if you get her this table today, you'll get some shares when the company goes public. The blue vest waiter's face turned red from the red vest waiter's mockery. Feeling embarrassed, he straightened his neck and said, I'm a low-level employee, but I've never been willing to be a low-level employee for the rest of my life. You don't know how to seize the opportunity when it's right in front of you. I hope you'll be a low-level employee for the rest of your life. Her temper flared up, and she couldn't care less about it. She quickly went to Gu Nianji's table and put on a professional smile. She said in a crisp voice, You guys are almost done eating, right? Can you move to a seat next to us in advance? We have a very important guest who will be here soon. Gu Nianji had just praised the hotel's rose milk bird's nest for being delicious, but now she realized that the slippery bird's nest in her mouth had suddenly turned sour. She slowly put down the spoon and wiped her hands with a napkin on the table. She waved her hand and said, Where's the menu? I haven't ordered yet. The smile on the blue vest waiter's face froze. The corners of her mouth twitched. Miss, you're almost done eating. The rose milk bird's nest wasn't a large portion, and the taste was especially to Gu Nianji's liking. She only had a little left. Gu Nianji raised her eyelids and glanced at the blue vest waiter. She said dryly, Can't you see that I'm only eating dessert? I haven't ordered my main meal yet. Who are you? You weren't the one who ordered for us just now. The smile on the blue vest waiter's face could no longer be maintained. She said with a straight face, I'm sorry, Mississippi. This seat is reserved. Someone has already booked it, but they didn't come. That's why I let you sit here for a while. Now that you're almost done eating, can you go to the seat next to us to continue? Someone booked this seat. Who booked it? Gu Nianji crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat. Let your boss speak, and I'll let it go. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. She didn't believe that she didn't know what kind of person Hong Ziki was. The reserved seats in the hotel usually weren't reserved for others. They were always reserved for the hotel's internal staff, especially for the big boss in emergencies. Ma Chichi and Chen Lai completely ignored the waiter in the blue vest. They weren't newbies who had just entered society, so how could they not understand what was going on here? Anyway, Hua Xiaoheng was here today. Even if the sky fell, he would be there to hold it up. Therefore, the two of them continued eating lunch in peace. Gu Nianji was purely bored, and she didn't like being chased away by the blue vest waiter. Since Hong Ziki was willing to give this table to them, it meant that no one had booked it. How could they be chased away without finishing their meal? That would be too disrespectful to Master Hong. The blue vest waiter saw that Gu Nianji wouldn't budge, so she was also frightened. In the end, she didn't dare to pull her away. She glared at her for a while and gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll call our boss's wife over. Gu Nianji was speechless. Oh, so the boss and the boss's wife didn't communicate this beforehand. The boss had arranged the table reserved by the boss's wife. She became even more interested. She smiled brightly as she scooped up the last mouthful of rose milk and bird's nest and ate it slowly. Not long after, the waiter in the blue vest walked over valiantly and energetically with another capable and nimble woman. The woman was wearing a clean and well-tailored white Issey Miyake business suit and had a decent smile on her face. She looked to be in her 30s and was mature and elegant. Her hair was permed very fluffy, but it was still obvious that it was a bit thin. Gu Nianji recognized at a glance that this woman was Hong Ziqi's fiancée, Guo Huining. She had met her once before and had even eaten together once. However, she was his fiancée 2 years ago, so she should be Hong Ziqi's wife now, right? Didn't the blue vest waiter say that this was a table reserved by the boss's wife? Was he talking about this Guo Huining? The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up slightly to reveal a smile. However, Guo Huining actually didn't recognize Gu Nianji. She had also only met Gu Nianji once 2 years ago. At that time, Gu Nianji was still a bit shy and didn't have a strong sense of presence under Hu Xiaohing's strong protection. Guo Huining herself was very busy and didn't have time to frequently browse Weibo or watch television. Therefore, after 2 years, she still wasn't as familiar with Gu Nianji as Hong Ziqi was with her. At that moment, she politely took out her business card and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. Hello, I'm the director of Hong Corporation's legal department. My name is Guo Huining. Today, I'm meeting 3 friends from the investment bank for a working lunch and specially booked this table. I'm sorry, but could you please make way? Without waiting for Gu Nianji to respond, she continued, there are only 3 of you and 4 of us. This is a table for 4, so you shouldn't be sitting here. I'm late today, so it's my fault. Your meal is on me, so put it on my tab. She first apologized and then offered compensation. Her attitude wasn't considered unnatural. Ma Qiqi and Chenlai looked at each other and wanted to give up their seats. Gu Nianji saw that Guo Huining was very polite, and she didn't want to hit someone who was smiling at her, so she decided to leave as well. However, in order to make his presence felt in front of Guo Huining, the waiter in the blue vest forcefully squeezed his way up and said, Director Guo, you're too polite. People like them who dominate seats should be filmed and exposed online. Our Hong Corporation will refuse to serve them in the future. Gu Nianji was furious when she heard that. What? As a staff member in the hotel service industry, how could it be reasonable to kick people out? What do you mean by hog seats? Explain it to me clearly. Gu Nianji stood up. Her eyes were cold, and she had an indifferent smile on her face. She continued, I want to ask Miss Guo, did you actually reserve this table? Guo Huining hesitated and said, this reserved table doesn't accept reservations in the first place. Really? Gu Nianji raised her chin at the waiter in the blue vest. But she said Miss Guo reserved it for you. You didn't come, so she let us sit. Guo Huining glanced at the waiter in the blue vest and said noncommittally. We came a little late. Miss Guo, don't be so vague. Did you make a reservation and come late, or did you not make a reservation and suddenly ask for a seat, only to realize you were late? Gu Nianji asked very seriously. Guo Huining was embarrassed by her question and laughed dryly. Actually, what's the difference? Anyway, we're here now, and you're almost done eating. Can you move aside? Gu Nianji also laughed. That's a big difference. If you didn't make a reservation, then you can't say we're hogging seats. Can't you see that your waiter wants to ban us? We didn't choose these seats ourselves. Your hotel arranged them for us. If you don't believe me, you can ask that waiter. She pointed at the waiter in the red vest who was standing in the corner and wanted to curl up into a ball. Gua Huaining looked back and said dryly, "What's going on? Isn't this a reserved table?" "Yes." The waiter in the red vest braced himself and walked over. He lowered his head and whispered, "Young Master Hong arranged for them to sit here." Gua Huaining sized up Gu Nianji and the others coldly. The two women looked quite pretty, but they were dressed very plainly. One look and she could tell they were just for show and not famous. The fat man was even more annoying. Where did these three people come from? She asked the waiter in the red vest sternly. Why did young Master Hong arrange for them to sit here? This is a 4-person table, and there are only 3 of them. Are you sure young Master Hong was talking about this place? Yes, that's right. There were originally 4 of them, but young Master Hong went to the private room on the 2nd floor with his childhood friend, so there are only 3 of them left. Gua Huaining became even angrier when she heard this. Hong Ziqi's childhood friends were all hedonistic sons of rich parents. His only good friend was Xue Jingjiang, but he wasn't Hong Ziqi's childhood friend. The Xue family was of a higher status than the Hong family, so Xue Jingjiang's childhood friend was also of a higher status than Hong Ziqi's. Gua Huaining's first impression was that they were Hong Ziqi's real childhood friends, so she immediately said rudely, "Tell young Master Hong that I'm hosting an investment bank friend for a working meal and that his childhood friend has been wronged. Put the bill for this table on my tab." The waiter in the red vest thought that young Master Hong was hosting Mr. Hua this time. Even 10 of Miss Gua's investment bank friends couldn't compare to one of his fingers. However, she didn't dare say this in front of so many people, so she could only smile sheepishly and say, "Then I'll go down and ask young Master Hong later." The waiter in the blue vest saw this and actually took out his phone to threaten. Looks like someone has gone crazy from wanting to be famous. She actually wanted to film this scene. You're not allowed to film it. Filming me without my permission is an invasion of my privacy. Gu Nianji expressionlessly put down her napkin and said to the anxious waiter in the red vest, "Come here, I want to order 2 more dishes. I haven't even ordered my main course yet, how can I leave now?" She spread her hands at the solemn Gua Huaining. "Sorry, Director Gua, I'm not full yet. Can you let me eat first before giving up my seat? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The waiter in the blue vest really did take out his phone to film. "Do you believe I won't post your seat-hogging behavior online?" Ma Chichi was also angry now. Ma Chichi was annoyed too. She put down her chopsticks and said coldly, "Do you think this is a high-speed train? Hogging seats. Are you stupid from all the Weibo? Your colleague made it very clear just now that your boss gave this seat to us first. You didn't reserve it. If you don't like it, then hang yourself. Why are you eating? What a waste of food." The waiter in the blue vest saw that the lady boss was about to lose face and immediately raised his phone to speak. Just as he was about to speak, 2 more women walked over. One was wearing a purple eggplant business suit, and the other was wearing a very ethereal white dress. Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback. She recognized the woman in the purple eggplant business suit right away. She was Yi Xinyan, also the chief analyst of Carlyle Investment Limited's Pacific Rim region. She had just bumped into Ma Chichi at the hotel entrance and even gave her a business card. The woman in the white dress was an old acquaintance she hadn't seen in a long time, Do Ayin. Gu Nianji glanced at Ma Chichi. Ma Chichi also recognized her but didn't say anything. The 2 of them exchanged glances to see what they were going to do. This was today's big chapter update, chapter 1944, it's already been arranged. The monthly votes could be saved for the end of the month, but the recommendation votes had to be cast every day. P.S. Uploaded in advance. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1956. Do Ayin seemed to have been waiting for a while. Her figure flashed and she walked in front of the waitress to Guo Huining's side. She laughed quietly. Forget it, Huining, it's all my fault. I was just joking about the beautiful scenery here, it's a pity someone else took it. Actually, we were a bit late. Since young Master Hong gave us the seats, forget it. Young Master Hong is the boss after all, Miss Guo, you have to give him some face, ha 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 ha. She said, it's fine, but the meaning behind her words made Guo Huining very uncomfortable. This hotel was managed by her fiancé and was one of the Hong family's businesses. She was the director of the Hong Corporation's legal department and was now preparing for the Hong Corporation's listing. She had been preparing for several days for today's dinner, but she hadn't used this reserved seat and had booked a different one. She didn't expect that at the beginning of the meal today, her investment banker friend would say that the view from the back window was better. She thought that this was a reserved seat and probably hadn't been reserved, so she immediately agreed to let them sit there. In the end, she discovered that the reserved seat that had been empty for months was occupied today. And Hong Ziki had given it away as a favor. Guo Huining was unhappy, but seeing that they were almost done eating, she let it go. As soon as they gave up their seats, she would bring her investment banker friend over. What was even more unexpected was that someone would refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit and purposely pick a fight. She saw that Hong Ziki's childhood friend wasn't here. There were only 3 of his followers, so she didn't stand on ceremony anymore. Yi Xinyan and Do Ayin were here, so Guo Huining couldn't lose face. It's fine. She didn't turn around, they're almost done anyway. Who said we're almost done? Gu Nianji knocked on the rose milk and bird's nest porcelain bowl in front of her. Didn't you see I only ate dessert? Desserts are usually eaten after the main course. You've already eaten dessert, how can you say you haven't finished? The waitress in the blue vest said indignantly. But I like to eat dessert first, then the main course. Is it illegal for me to eat dessert first? Gu Nianji felt like she had an unfair advantage in arguing with someone like this. The waiter in the blue vest was also eloquent. He immediately said, it's not illegal, but there's no such rule when eating Western food. The implication was that Gu Nianji was a country bumpkin who didn't know the rules of Western cuisine. Western food rules. Gu Nianji was even more amused. Miss, let's get this straight. We're just having a working lunch, not a dinner party where we need to dress up. Now that you're telling me that it's against the rules, then what kind of rules are there for interrupting a guest's meal and kicking the guest out of his seat? Do Ayin raised an eyebrow when she saw that the 2 of them were about to argue. She teased Guo Huining with a half-smile. Huining, I heard that your fiancé manages the family business here. You don't come here often, do you? What she meant was that the people in this hotel didn't give face to her, the future lady boss. They weren't powerful enough. Guo Huining's expression darkened as she said to Gu Nianji, Miss, I've already made it clear that this table is reserved for the hotel, and the hotel management has full authority to explain. Now, I hope you can vacate your seat. Otherwise, do you really want me to call the security personnel to invite you out? Please. If you don't call the security personnel over today, I really won't be leaving. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed as she waved at the waiter in the red vest standing behind Do Ayin. Come over here, I still want to order. I'm sorry. Our hotel doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Guo Huining was furious and snatched the menu from Gu Nianji's hands. Please have some dignity. How am I not having dignity? You're open for business, do you expect us customers to rush over and flatter you? Gu Nianji stood up and snatched the blue vest waiter's phone. I warned you, you're invading my privacy. If I don't agree to film it, then you can't film it. Guo Huining also studied law and graduated from the university's Faculty of Law with Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi. They could be considered alumni. The corners of Guo Huining's mouth twitched at Gu Nianji's words. You're in a public place, so you have no right to privacy. She can film you. On the contrary, you're violating her property rights by snatching her phone. Miss, don't try to talk to me about the law. It's better for you to pack up and leave. She raised her hand arrogantly. If you don't leave now, you'll have to pay for this meal yourselves. Gu Nianji also smiled. She slowly stood up and narrowed her eyes at Guo Huaining. Are you sure I can't talk to you about the law? Listen carefully. In the traditional concept of privacy, there is no legal right to privacy in public. However, with the development of the law, the legal community and the judicial system have already recognized legal privacy in public. A person doesn't automatically make all of their actions public just because they're in a public place. Let's use our current situation. Although I had a meal at your hotel and got into an argument with you, she wanted to take a video and put it on the internet, but I clearly expressed my objection. Then, she's trying to publicize our actions without our consent. That's illegal. But our hotel also has surveillance cameras. How can you say that the surveillance cameras are also illegal? The blue vest waiter was a bit guilty. Give me back my phone. If your hotel's surveillance cameras were installed legally, of course it's not illegal. But if your hotel posted the surveillance footage online without the consent of the person involved, or provided it to someone other than law enforcement, then it's illegal. Do you think any random person can check the hotel's surveillance cameras? Do you have a subpoena from the court? Do you have a lawyer's request? As for your phone, it's one of the pieces of evidence that violated my privacy. I took your phone back as self-defense. I want to call the police. When the police arrive, I'll give the phone to them to delete the content that violated my privacy. The blue vest waiter became even more anxious when he heard she was going to call the police. He quickly said, I'll delete it. I'll delete it, okay. Yi Xinyan overheard and quickly tried to smooth things over. She praised, I didn't expect this miss to be so well versed in the law. May I ask what you do? Ma Chichi patted Gu Nianji's shoulder proudly. We both graduated from the B University Faculty of Law, and she's even a lawyer. You want to talk to us about the law? Think about yourself. Oh. You too also graduated from the B University Faculty of Law. Yi Xinyan laughed. What a coincidence. The flood has rushed against the Temple of the Dragon King. You don't recognize each other anymore. She patted Guo Huaining's shoulder. Miss Guo also graduated from the B University Faculty of Law. She's your senior. This Miss Do also graduated from the B University Faculty of Law. Do Ayan actually knew Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi, but she pretended not to know them. If she didn't say it out loud, Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi couldn't be bothered with her. Guo Huaining's face was livid. She tried her best to maintain her poise. She squeezed out, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Old people like us have no choice but to concede defeat. Miss Guo is a practical person. Gu Nianji smiled widely. In the Yangtze River, the new generation excels the old, and the old generation dies on the beach. As a person, it's best to know your own limits. Don't you agree, Miss Foreman? Her last sentence was directed at the waiter in the blue vest. The waiter in the red vest saw that things were about to get out of hand and was afraid to take responsibility. He quickly took a step back and used the intercom to contact Hong Ziki. He whispered, Young Master Hong, Miss Guo is here and wants the seat you wanted today. She's asking the customers at that table to give up their seats. Hong Ziki was drinking with Hu Xiaoheng and Xue Jingjiang. He laughed awkwardly when he heard that. Really? Tell Huaining to give me face. I'll be sure to thank her properly later. The waiter in the red vest finally walked over to Guo Huaining and boldly said, Miss Guo, young Master Hong just said please forgive him. He'll thank you later. Guo Huaining's expression finally softened. She forced a smile. I'm not an unreasonable person. Can't we just talk nicely? We bring up the law at the drop of a hat. People will think that our University Faculty of Law is full of boasting and bullying people with our power. She turned to leave. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. Stop right there. Who's not talking nicely? Who's the one who brought up the law first and talked about bullying people with their power? If you don't explain yourself today, I'm not going to take the blame. Gua Huining stopped in her tracks. She was furious, and her hands were shaking. She was already in such a state, but Hong Ziki still refused to let these people return their seats. These people probably had very powerful backing. Gua Huining's eyes reddened at the thought. She had worked hard for more than a decade for the Hong Corporation, but she still couldn't compare to a word from these people with powerful backing. She suddenly turned to look at Gu Nianji. She said coldly, "This seat is reserved. The hotel management has priority to begin with. But you snatched the seat first and humiliated me afterward. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have people backing you? I wouldn't dare." Gu Nianji bowed slightly. "We're just customers here to eat. Whether your seats are reserved or not has nothing to do with us. We didn't find the seats ourselves. Your boss told us to sit here. You said that the hotel management has priority, but there are different levels of management. Your boss's level is higher than yours, so he should have priority, right? So this is clearly a reasonable and legal decision. Why do you say it's an insult to you? Besides, I just think it's too unreasonable for you to directly ask us to give up our seats. You should go to your boss and ask him to give up his seat. As long as young Master Hong says the word, I'll leave immediately. I'll never step into your Hong Corporation hotel for the rest of my life." Gu Nianji crossed her arms and sat down. She asked the waiter in the red vest again, "I said I wanted to order. Is your hotel open for business?" The waiter in the red vest braced himself and went forward. He stammered, "What? What would you like to order?" You're going too far." Gua Huining's face was pale. She gripped her beloved Hermes platinum bag tightly, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged. It was obvious that she was in a rage. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "I just want to order a dish. How is that going too far? Miss Gua, you're too sensitive." Ma Chichi sneered and looked up at the sky. "You didn't listen and give up your seat, and you didn't want to give your face to her. Of course, that's going too far. Nianji, it's not that I want to criticize you, but sometimes your words are too sharp. Most people can't stand your truth." Gu Nianji wanted to scold her a little more, but when she saw that Gua Huining's eyes were red and she looked like she had been humiliated, she suddenly felt that it was meaningless. It was just a meal. No matter how delicious it was, it couldn't be as delicious as Major General was cooking. Not to mention President Liu. Gu Nianji put the menu on the table and said with a sullen expression, "Okay, you win. I won't eat this meal today." She walked out of her seat and glanced at the restaurant in the hotel lobby. She said coldly, "From now on, I won't step foot into the Hong Corporation Hotel." She then left quickly. Ma Chichi quickly said, "Wait for me. I won't come here again." Seeing that Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi had left, Chen Lai stood up regretfully and said to the waiter in the red vest, "I just ordered rose milk and bird's nest, but I can't eat it now. Please send that dish to the private room on the second floor for my little Aku to eat. Remember, you must give it to little Aku." The waiter in the red vest nodded uneasily. "Yes, sir." Chen Lai picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his hands. He looked at Gua Huining, who was still so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. He shook his head. "Miss Gua, you've lost a lot by fighting over nothing." Throwing away the napkin, Chen Lai also walked out. Do Ayan suddenly laughed. "Ha! They didn't pay the bill. Why did they leave?" Do they really want Huining to pay the bill? They're really rude. The waiter in the red vest whispered. Young Master Hong's friend said it was on his account. Friend? Which friend? Gua Huining felt even more uneasy. I know all of young Master Hong's childhood friends. Which one do you think it is? Miss Gua, I'm not familiar with young Master Hong's childhood friends. If you want to know who it is, you can go to the private room on the second floor. The waiter's head was almost down to his chest. Gua Huining's expression was uncertain. She couldn't make up her mind. Seeing this, Do Ian volunteered. Huining, why don't I go with you? If there's really a mistake, it's not too late to apologize. Gua Huining nodded. Okay, Ian, come with me. Yi Xinyan took a step back with a smile. Then I'll go back and wait. My friend is still there. Gua Huining quickly said, Miss Yi, please excuse me. I'll be back soon. Please go ahead. Yi Xinyan stepped aside and watched calmly as Gua Huining and Do Ian walked to the elevator. Gu Nianji had already arrived at the parking lot outside the hotel when the two of them walked to the private room on the second floor. She called Hua Xiaoheng and said, Hua Xiao, we're leaving. Can you send us the car keys? Hua Xiaoheng froze. You finished eating already? What are you eating? I'm so angry. Gu Nianji said unhappily. Anyway, I'm never stepping foot into the Hong Hotel again. This was today's chapter update, chapter 1945, The Person Behind the Scenes. The monthly votes could be saved for the end of the month, but the recommendation votes had to be cast every day. P.S. I uploaded it in advance. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1957. It's just a meal. Who would make you suffer? Hua Xiaoheng didn't hide his surprised expression and tone at all. Hong Ziki immediately understood. His long, pretty face flushed red as he stammered, there might be some misunderstanding. I'll go take a look. Hua Xiaoheng also stood up and said calmly, no need. I'm here to accompany my fiancée. She's not eating anymore, so there's no need for me to stay. Goodbye. He nodded casually at Hong Ziki and politely said to Xue Jingjiang, who didn't know what was going on, Jingjiang, there's no need for formalities. Let's keep in touch when we're free. Xue Jingjiang knew the nature of Hua Xiaoheng's work, so he never asked him what he was doing, nor did he take the initiative to inquire about his whereabouts. He would only greet him during the new year and get together when the time was right. Hua Xiaoheng was usually the one contacting him, so he couldn't contact him. Today, Hua Xiaoheng had asked him for a reservation at the Hong Corporation Hotel. He was overjoyed and had rushed over to meet him. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was about to leave, he quickly stood up and said, Did someone accidentally offend Mrs. Hua? Who would be so bold? Hua Xiao, don't worry. I'll help Mrs. Hua get even. He paid more attention to Hua Xiaoheng than Hong Ziki, so he naturally knew about Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's engagement in Russia. He had also seen the engagement ceremony hosted by Russian President Vladimir Putin. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. No need. It's just a meal. Just don't eat it in the future. He had no mercy for the Hong Corporation Hotel. Besides, this kind of business wasn't worth his mercy. His Nianji had never been an unreasonable person. For her to say such words now, she must have suffered a lot at the Hong Corporation Hotel. Although Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change, he was actually the same as Gu Nianji. He had also put the Hong Corporation Hotel on the never enter list. Hua Xiaoheng whistled softly and quickly left with the short-legged little corgi, Aku. Hong Ziki couldn't catch up to Hua Xiaoheng even when he ran. Xue Jingjiang saw this and stopped him. No need to chase after him. Let's go see what happened. Hong Ziki's face was incomparably gloomy. He clenched his fists and angrily rushed to the lobby on the first floor. The waiter in the red vest was about to go upstairs when he bumped into Hong Ziki. He hurriedly trotted up to him and said softly, "Young Master Hong, the 3 guests have left. They had a very unpleasant argument with Miss Gua. Gone. Why didn't you stop them?" Hong Ziki glared at the waiter in the red vest. "Didn't I say to treat them well?" "I know, but Miss Gua." The waiter in the red vest let out a bitter laugh. He knew that he was in a disadvantageous position. But there was nothing he could do about it. Working at the bottom of the hierarchy was like this. She lowered her head and said no more. Hong Ziki snorted. "Take me to see Miss Gua. I want to ask her what's going on. If you dare to lie, I'll punish you." He wouldn't just listen to the waiter's side of the story. The waiter in the red vest silently brought Hong Ziki back to the window seat at the back. After Gu Nianji and the others left, Guo Huining immediately called the 3 people from the investment bank over for a meal. The 4 of them just happened to fill the table. When Hong Ziki and the others arrived, the 3 women and 1 man seemed to be talking about something happy. The sound of laughter and song rang out incessantly. Hong Ziki's brows furrowed even more. With his hands in his trouser pockets, he slowly walked over and said, "Excuse me, can I have a word with Huining?" Guo Huining looked up to see Hong Ziki standing in front of her with an unfriendly expression. She felt a little uncomfortable but still smiled. "Ziki, you're here. Come, let me introduce you." She stood up and pointed to the other 3 people at the table. "This is Yi Xinyan, the chief analyst of Carlyle Investment Limited's Pacific Rim region. This is Do Ian, an intern from Carlyle Investment Limited's Asia Legal Department." She paused and smiled. Miss Do's father used to be the Prime Minister. As for Prime Minister Do being imprisoned for colluding with the Japanese, she never mentioned it. But Xue Jingjiang couldn't not mention it. He was very surprised to see Do Ian here. "Prime Minister Do. Isn't that the Prime Minister who colluded with the Japanese and tried to disrupt the election?" Xue Jingjiang said casually. "I remember that Prime Minister Do was already in prison. How did that become something to brag about?" Do Ian was furious. She whipped her head around and saw that it was Xue Jingjiang who had spoken. Her stomach full of anger suddenly froze and was stuck in her body. It was like a pile of gunpowder on the verge of exploding but was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. The black smoke that rose into the sky could only poison herself. She knew Xue Jingjiang. When her father was the Prime Minister, the Xues had been friends with their family. However, she wasn't very familiar with Xue Jingjiang. Her sister, Do Qingyan, used to hang out with him. Do Ian's eyes flashed fiercely at the thought of her sister. She wouldn't be like her sister, dying without a sound. Xue Jingjiang glanced at Do Ian's expression changing unpredictably. It was like she had opened a paint shop. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. It was an interesting sight. He bowed slightly. "Miss Do, didn't you drop out of B University's Faculty of Law? Did you go abroad to study?" Before Do Ian could think of what to say, Guo Huining interrupted. "Prime Minister Do made a mistake, but we don't allow people to be implicated in our society. Do Ian has nothing to do with Prime Minister Do's mistake." After Do Ian dropped out of B University's Faculty of Law, she went to Oxford University in England to continue her undergraduate degree. She's now in her senior year and is working as an intern at Carlyle Investments. She's basically already an intern lawyer at Carlyle Investments' legal department. Guo Huining took the opportunity to introduce the only man at the table. "This is Mr. Jia from Carlyle Investments. Mr. Jia is the Deputy Director of the Securities Underwriting Department. He's also the main point of contact for Hong Group's listing." Finally, he said, Carlyle Investments is the world's largest investment securities distributor. Hong Group has gone through several rounds of selection before choosing Carlyle Investments. Hong Ziki's expression relaxed slightly. He nodded at Mr. Jia. Hello, I'll be troubling you with the company. Not a problem. Business is business. Hong Group is indeed a high-quality asset. It's worth listing and giving shareholders more benefits. Mr. Jia laughed in a bureaucratic manner. After some small talk, Hong Ziki called Guo Huining to a small office on the other side of the lobby. He closed the door and asked, Huining, what happened today? Two waiters in red and blue vests followed them in, as well as Xue Jingjiang, who seemed to be watching the show. Guo Huining looked a little uncomfortable. She coughed and said, why don't we go inside to talk? She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her staff and Xue Jingjiang. Hong Ziki disagreed. He raised his head and said, let's talk here. It'll make it easier for you to confront each other. I won't just believe one side of the story. So I need both of your statements to corroborate each other. Guo Huining's mouth twitched. Confess. This ignorant playboy had been with her for so many years. Did he know the law too? However, Hong Ziki might not give her face, but she had to give Hong Ziki face. She couldn't tell him the truth. After a moment of awkwardness, Guo Huining said, actually, it's nothing serious. I treated my 3 investment bank friends outside to dinner today. One of them said the scenery here was great, so I remembered we had reserved seats here, so I brought them here. Hong Ziki glanced at the waitress in the red vest. Didn't she tell you that I'd already given this reserved seat to someone else? The waitress in the red vest quickly said, young Master Hong, I already said it. I told her specifically. She didn't dare point directly at Guo Huining. Instead, she looked at the waitress in the blue vest. In fact, at the beginning, it was indeed the waitress in the blue vest who had asked them to give up their seats. Hong Ziki raised his chin at the waitress. Tell me, what's going on? Don't you know I've already given this seat to someone else? The waitress in the blue vest panicked. She didn't know the people in that seat were so angry, she quickly evaded. I told Miss Guo, and Miss Guo said to see if they were done eating. Guo Huining understood and continued, yes, she told me. I heard that the 3 of them were almost done eating, so I came over to take a look. I hoped they could adjust their food. I also said that I had my wallet for the meal. In the end, the grievance in her heart overflowed, and her eyes turned red again. In the end, that Gu Nianji spoke as if she had taken medicine. It was clearly a very small matter, but she had to make a big deal out of it. If she didn't want to give up, then so be it. I didn't chase her away, but she was completely unreasonable. She threw the menu and left. It sounded reasonable, but Major General Hua's fiancé was too delicate. Hong Ziki was a little hesitant. He looked down and thought for a moment before saying, that Miss Gu isn't old. I remember she was still in university 2 years ago, right? You're already 30 years old. Can't you be more understanding? Why did you ask her to give up her seat? Guo Huining was so angry that she trembled. There were 2 things a woman hated the most. One was to say she was fat, and the other was to say she was old. She gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, I'm doing this for the sake of the company. Tell me, how many years has the company been preparing for the overseas listing? Don't you know how important it is to find a good foreign securities underwriter? If we don't build a good relationship, how can we afford the company's losses? Hong Ziki's anger subsided, and he was now leaning towards Guo Huining. Xue Jingjiang, on the other hand, knew what was going on. He said with a half-smile, at the end of the day, Director Guo, you just think that Miss Gu and her friends aren't as important as your investment bank friends, right? Guo Huining thought to herself, that's true, but if you say it out loud, doesn't that make me look stupid? She smiled and said, "You can't say that. Jingjiang, you don't know this. The securities underwriter is too important for an overseas listing. They can influence almost half of the decisions made by foreign securities regulators. We have to be careful." She made it sound like Xue Jingjiang didn't know what an overseas listing was. Xue Jingjiang snorted and shook his head. "Director Guo, I didn't say that the foreign securities underwriters aren't important. But how important can the people you hired today be in Carlyle Investment? The vice president is one thing. The other lead analyst is from the Pacific Rim region. And that Do Ayan is only an intern. You probably don't know that she has a personal grudge against Gu Nianji, right? Was she the one who told you to change seats today because of the beautiful scenery here?" Guo Huaining hesitated. It was true that Do Ayan had suggested it today. The other two hadn't objected, so she had agreed in the heat of the moment. It wasn't that she didn't regret it, but she hadn't thought about how serious it would be. She only felt that she had embarrassed herself in front of Hong Ziki. "I'll take it as a yes if you don't deny it." Xue Jingjiang shrugged. "From this, I know that you were in the wrong today." Guo Huaining panicked. "What do you mean we were in the wrong?" "I told you, I just saw that they were almost done eating." Xue Jingjiang saw that Guo Huaining was still trying to explain herself and didn't want to argue with her anymore. He interrupted her without hesitation. "Director Guo, don't play word games with me. I'm not the one you offended. There's no point in explaining to me. I'm just reminding you that Do Ayan's personal grudge against Gu Nianji and Hua Xiao is very serious. If you listen to her when she instigates you, you're falling into her trap. We'll see if you don't believe me." He then turned to Hong Ziki. "Master Hong, I'm just reminding you that Hua Xiao treats his little fiancée like she's his apple. He won't allow her to suffer even the slightest bit. Also, don't you know that Gu Nianji is quite capable herself? She's now the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Speaker Long has high hopes for her as his successor." Hong Ziki's head jerked up. His eyes widened. "What? Gu Nianji's already that high?" Guo Huaining was also shocked. She exclaimed, "That's impossible. Gu Nianji only graduated not long ago. How did she become the chief legal advisor of the Senate? Didn't Speaker Long give her a backdoor position for the sake of the Hua family? The chief legal advisor of the Senate. Do you think that position with such high exposure can be given out through personal favors?" Xue Jingjiang glanced at the couple with disdain. It was true that those who were not of the same family would not enter the same door. They were both equally ignorant and arrogant. He finally understood why the Hongs hadn't agreed to let them get married. What kind of couple wouldn't get married after being engaged for so many years? It was obvious that they were still dissatisfied with Guo Huaining. If it weren't for the fact that Hong Ziki had no major problems other than being a little stupid and had a good relationship with Xue Jingjiang over the years, Xue Jingjiang wouldn't have bothered to remind them. He patted Hong Ziki's shoulder and said cautiously, "Don't say I didn't remind you. Hurry up and prepare a generous gift for Gu Nianji. Ask her to forgive Director Guo's momentary foolishness. Otherwise, just you wait." They still wanted to go public overseas. Just wait for the domestic liquidation. Guo Huaining's expression grew increasingly ugly. She couldn't help saying, "The Hua family is powerful, but they don't have to go against commercial companies like us, do they? Besides, they have power and influence, but if they really wanted to use their power to attack us, wouldn't we report them? Would those supervisory departments just sit back and watch these bigwigs oppress ordinary people like us? If they dare to do that, I'll go online and let everyone be the judge." She was hinting that she would use public opinion to go against the Hua family. Xue Jingjiang thought to himself, the Hua family wouldn't go against the Hong family for such a small matter. They weren't in that position yet. However, it was hard to say whether or not Hua Xiaoheng would support his little fiancée. Besides, Gu Nianji herself was very powerful, so Xue Jingjiang couldn't be sure that she wouldn't stand up for herself and play against the Hongs. At this point, he still didn't know that Gu Nianji had a doting demon behind her back. He only considered Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's capabilities. Also, Guo Huining was clearly in the wrong, but she kept putting on the "I'm weak, so I'm right" attitude and bullying the strong. She was drunk. Deliberately hitting a rock with an egg, did she really think the rock was made of tofu? Xue Jingjiang didn't explain further and said to Hong Ziki, "Master Hong, that's all I have to say. You're on your own now." At the same time, Wu Xiaoheng chased after Gu Nianji in the parking lot of the Hong Group Hotel and saw her leaning against the car door with her hands behind her back. She had her head down and was kicking the pebbles in the parking lot with one foot. Chen Lai and Ma Chichi stood beside her and seemed to be comforting her. Looking at her, it was obvious that she had been wronged. Hu Xiaoheng calmly walked over and handed her the car keys. "Let's go home." This was today's big chapter update, chapter 1946, Bullying the Strong. Monthly votes could be saved for the end of the month, but recommendation votes had to be cast every day. A P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Thank you to the president of Wu AI Hall and the president of Beth 1211 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Thank you to Shuyu 201809110553577719 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1958. Gu Nianji didn't necessarily feel wronged after what had happened today. She just felt uncomfortable. However, as soon as she saw Hu Xiaoheng, the grievance in her heart immediately overwhelmed her, and her eyes reddened. Hu Xiao. She didn't take the car keys. Instead, she pouted and jumped into Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Rubbing her forehead against his chest, she mumbled, "Are you done eating? You want to go back with us?" Hu Xiaoheng hugged her and bent down to press his face against hers. He smiled and said, "I'm mainly here to accompany you today. I'll leave if you leave, and I'll only stay if you stay." His magnetic bass voice resonated from his chest, and Gu Nianji's ears went numb. Of course, the meaning behind his words made her heart beat like thunder. This was the best image of Hu Xiao she had ever dreamed of. He was able to be intimate with her in public, love her, and spoil her. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's waist and kiss his chin. She said softly, "Hu Xiao, you're the best. To make it up to you, I'll make you something to eat when we get back." He lowered his head and smiled slowly. "Are you sure this is compensation? Not a punishment? Then I'll give you a chance to make it up to me. Make me something to eat." Gu Nianji's gloomy mood was swept away and she giggled in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. "Look at you, your tail is almost wagging." Hu Xiaoheng pulled her to stand properly. Chen Lai and Ma Chichi were completely dumbfounded. Both of them stared at Hu Xiaoheng with their mouths agape. Who is this duplicitous man? We don't know each other. Could it be an enemy in disguise? Our Hu Xiao would never spoil her like this. Gu Nianji's bright, clear eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Although she tried her best to hold it in, the little dimples at the corners of her lips still appeared. Hu Xiaoheng spun her around and saw Chen Lai and Ma Chichi's stunned expressions. She smiled. "What's wrong with you guys? Is your eyesight not working?" Ma Chichi snapped back to reality and rushed to say, "I didn't expect you to be like that, Hu Xiao." Sigh. Not only was he intoxicated by that pampering voice just now, even his teeth were about to fall off from the sourness. Chen Lai pointed at Hu Xiaoheng and nearly stomped his foot. Hu Xiao. Tell me, what happened that I don't know? How could you be so unprincipled, unorganized, and undisciplined as to indulge her. Hua Xiaoheng smiled but said nothing. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to hear anyone else talk about Hua Xiaoheng like that, not even Qin Lai. She raised her eyebrows and said with a smile that was not a smile, "How is it unprincipled, unorganized, and undisciplined? Brother Qin, although we are familiar with each other, if you say this, I will still sue you for slander. He's spoiling you to the point where it's uncomfortable. If this goes on, I'll report it to the relevant agencies." Qin Lai adjusted the round gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a serious face. Gu Nianji snorted. "You're just jealous. Brother Qin, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you." "But..." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "If you do this again, I won't show any mercy. I'll let little Ah Ko bite you." The short-legged little corgi immediately jumped up and barked at Qin Lai a few times, showing that, "I'm small, but I'm super fierce. Qin Lai, this silly dog." He glared at Ah Ko angrily and said to Gu Nianji, "If you don't tie up your dog properly, just wait for someone to complain." Gu Nianji slapped her forehead and smiled. "Oh right, how could I have forgotten? Ah Ko, go. Let Brother Qin carry you home." The short-legged little corgi immediately took a few steps back, then trotted up. With a leap, it pounced into Qin Lai's arms. Qin Lai instinctively bent down and squatted down to catch it. He stared at it for a while before pointing at the little corgi's nose resentfully. "You silly dog, you're really shameless. Just listen to her. She's faster than an imperial edict. I fed you for a year for nothing." During the year that Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were away, Qin Lai was in charge of looking after Ah Ko at the military dog training center. Gu Nianji walked over and stroked Ah Ko's fur. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Qin, for taking care of our Ah Ko. Look, how much he kisses you. It can be seen that as long as you give, you will be rewarded." She winked at Qin Lai and turned to Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, can I drive today?" She regretted acting coquettishly just now and not taking the car keys. Hua Xiaoheng immediately refused. "No. But you gave me the car keys just now." "I was just teasing you," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He opened the car door and stuffed Gu Nianji into the front passenger seat. When he leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, he chuckled in her ear and said, "I'll let you be the driver when we get back. You can drive as much as you want." Gu Nianji, why did that sound so weird? She looked at Hua Xiaoheng in confusion and didn't react for a moment. Ma Qiqi still had to go back to work, so she didn't get in the car. She waved at Gu Nianji in the car. "Nianji, I'll come find you this weekend. Let's get together again." Gu Nianji nodded and waved. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." When Qin Lai got in the car, she heard him mutter from the back seat. "Major General Hua is an old driver. He's almost a master at flirting with girls." Gu Nianji suddenly understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant when he asked her to go back and drive. Her cheeks blushed like the morning sun. Her face was so gorgeous that it couldn't be looked at directly. Hua Xiaoheng started the car. From the corner of his eye, he saw Gu Nianji's suddenly blushing face, and the smile on his lips grew wider. He knew that she only understood what he meant now. When she returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Gu Nianji's face was so red that it couldn't be looked at. She didn't say a word and took the short-legged corgi up to the treehouse. She rested her chin on her hands and sat cross-legged in the treehouse. She recalled Hua Xiaoheng's every move just now. Not only did her heart melt, but even her bones softened. She looked at the deep and shallow shadows on the camphor tree in front of her and thought with lingering fear, no wonder the ancient said that alcohol is a poison that pierces the intestines, and lust is a bone-scraping steel knife. In front of a man, I can't resist. Hua Xiaoheng was a little worried about her. He walked to the balcony and looked at her. He put his hands on the balcony railing and asked with a smile, "Nianji, what do you want to eat tonight?" Gu Nianji shook her head and didn't dare to look at Hua Xiaoheng. She stared at little Ah Ku, who was squatting beside her, and said with a smile, "I want to eat Spanish seafood fried rice." "Hua Xiaoheng, you only want to eat this?" "Yes, I only want to eat Spanish seafood fried rice." Gu Nianji turned her head and only showed Hua Xiaoheng the back of her head. "Hua Xiaoheng, think about it again. What else do you want besides Spanish seafood fried rice? Text me when you've thought about it. I'll check my email." Hua Xiaoheng didn't rush her. He turned around and went back to his suite to continue working. Gu Nianji didn't feel lonely by herself. At this time, she wanted to be alone. She had been bored with Hua Xiaoheng for a few days, so she had to relax. Happiness came too quickly. If she didn't savor it, she would really be like Zhu Beiji who ate ginseng fruits. Lying in the treehouse with her head in her arms, Gu Nianji recalled everything that had happened since she met Hua Xiaoheng. She was also very surprised that she had persevered. It must be because Hua Xiaoheng also had her in his heart, so the two of them could be together. Because in love, only one person's hard work was completely not enough. Her unrequited love wasn't really unrequited love. It could be imagined that if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't responded in time and forcefully held her back during those days when she felt like she couldn't hold on any longer, she wouldn't have been able to perform a one-woman show on her own. Now that the conditions were right, even the pain she had suffered at that time had been brewed into thick honey. Gu Nianji thought about it happily and subconsciously stroked the short-legged little corgi's fur. Little Ah Ku was so comfortable that it simply lay on the ground with its 4 legs facing the sky. It exposed its short legs and belly and let Gu Nianji scratch it. Gu Nianji giggled and mischievously clenched her hands into fists and bumped little Ah Ku's little paws. The human and dog played for a while before Gu Nianji's phone rang again. She took it out and saw that it was Lu Jin's number again. She quickly answered the call and said sweetly, "Dad, what's the matter?" Even Hua Xiaoheng would be so sweet if he heard her tone. However, the person who picked up the phone was Lu Jin, who would never get tired of his daughter's honey. Therefore, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he said happily, "Nianji, do you want to come to Miss Song's place for dinner tonight? Boss Lu bought a lot of delicious food today. He's going to cook a feast for us." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she sat up straight. She cried out, "What? President Lu wants to cook a feast? He didn't even inform us." Lu Jin chuckled. "Boss Lu has his own selfish motives. I'm guessing that he wants to specially cook for Miss Song. I heard him muttering in the kitchen today that Miss Song is too thin and needs to be nourished." Gu Nianji, although she really wanted to eat the love meal that Lu Yuan had meticulously cooked, Gu Nianji also knew that Lu Yuan had specially prepared it for Song Jining. If she went over, she would be ungrateful. Gu Nianji even wanted to drag Lu Jin out as well. It would be best if Lu Yuan and Miss Song had a warm dinner for two. She smiled and said, "Dad, is this really okay? You know that President Lu's meal was specially prepared for Miss Song. Why don't you come to Major General Hua's place? I'll ask him to make you Spanish seafood fried rice." "Spanish seafood fried rice? You like that too, ha 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 ha." Lu Jin laughed heartily. He was also tempted to come to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence for dinner with Gu Nianji. The father and daughter were discussing the topic of who would make dinner without regrets when Gu Nianji received another call. The number was also a little unfamiliar. Gu Nianji didn't want to pick it up. After cutting it off, she found that the number had sent her another text message. "This is my new number. Lu Yuan." So it was Lu Yuan's new number. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat and she quickly said to Lu Jin, "Dad, I'll take a call." "Wait a minute," Lu Jin nodded. Okay, you take the call first. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Lu Yuan called her again from that number. Gu Nianji picked up the call and said cheerfully, President Lu. Long time no see. Lu Yuan, Nianji, we haven't seen each other for 2 days, right? I miss President Lu. 1 day apart feels like 3 years. Gu Nianji said with a smile. Her sweet words flowed into Lu Yuan's ears like they were free. Lu Yuan was also in a good mood. He said, okay, since you miss me so much, then come to Director Song's house for dinner tonight. Call Xiaoheng over too. I've prepared a lot of dishes. Gu Nianji. She asked in confusion. Aren't you going to cook for Miss Song? It's not good for all of us to go, is it? Lu Yuan's expression didn't change as he said, it's for Director Song, but it's not for her alone. Isn't it good for everyone to eat? It just so happens that Director Song said yesterday that you haven't spoken to her since you guys came back. She really wants to see you and Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was extremely embarrassed. After they came back, she and Hu Xiaoheng had been messing around for so long without contacting anyone. It was indeed a little too much. Lu Yuan chuckled and continued, I told her that you guys had just come back and were still a little tired. I told you guys to have a good rest. In 2 days, I'll prepare a table of good dishes. Nianji will definitely come over. When Nianji comes, will Xiaoheng be far away? Director Song agreed quite happily, so I'm ready to go. How is it? You guys come over and eat together. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. Lu Yuan smiled generously, as if he really didn't have any selfish motives. Gu Nianji was speechless. She wanted to shake Lu Yuan's shoulder and shout, President Lu, if you keep being so reserved, you'll really lose Miss Song. I'm telling you. However, Lu Yuan insisted that he had prepared a table of good dishes for everyone to get together. If Gu Nianji didn't go, she wouldn't be giving him face and ruining his heart. Moreover, deep down in her heart, she really wanted to go. It was purely because she couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Especially after suffering an unexpected anger from eating today, she desperately needed the comfort of delicious food. She finally nodded and agreed. Okay then, I'll come over with Major General Hua. She took the initiative to say, President Lu, shall we come over earlier to help you? Major General Hua and I don't have anything to do today. Hu Xiaoheng had been checking his work email for so long, so he should have finished checking it. Gu Nianji still had to tell him that there was no need to cook seafood fried rice tonight. The two of them would go to Ms. Song's house for a big meal. Lu Yuan looked at the things in the kitchen and said, okay, you and Xiaoheng come over earlier, but you just have to accompany your father and Ms. Song. Let Xiaoheng help me. Gu Nianji agreed and hung up the phone. She got up and went to Hu Xiaoheng's room to look for him. Little Ku wagged its tail and walked in front of her. When they arrived at Hu Xiaoheng's suite, it was the first to jump up and bang on the door with its 2 front paws. Gu Nianji, she pointed at the doorbell on the door. There's a doorbell here. After saying that, she felt that she was being silly. Because even little Ku was staring at her. The doorbell was so high that little Ku would have to jump on a trampoline to get it. Gu Nianji giggled and rang the doorbell. Hu Xiaoheng came over when he heard the sound of Ku banging on the door. When the doorbell rang, Hu Xiaoheng had already opened the door. He saw Gu Nianji and little Ku standing at the door. Little Ku's tail wagged quickly. Although Gu Nianji didn't have a tail, looking at her sparkling eyes, Hu Xiaoheng felt that if she had a tail, she would definitely be wagging it even more cheerfully than Ku. Come in. What's the matter? Hu Xiaoheng turned to the side to let her in. Gu Nianji had no intention of going in. She smiled and said, President Lu just called and asked us to go to Miss Song's house for dinner. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her noncommittally. Gu Nianji could only gulp and add, "My dad said that President Liu bought a lot of delicious food." This was today's big chapter update, chapter 1947, so spoiled that it's uncomfortable. The monthly votes could be kept at the end of the month, but the recommendation votes had to be cast every day. P.S. Please forgive me, my dear ones. I've been on a business trip recently, so I don't have much time to write freely. I'll make it up to everyone when I get back. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1959. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched speechlessly. After quietly looking at Gu Nianji for a while, he said calmly, "I really didn't realize that one of your two weaknesses was that you were a foodie." Gu Nianji shrugged and asked with a smile, "You only realize now? Then what's my other weakness?" "Me." Hua Xiaoheng pointed at himself bluntly. "I'm your biggest weakness." This time, it was Gu Nianji's turn to be speechless. She held back her laughter, stood on tiptoe, and patted Hua Xiaoheng's head. "Major General Hua, I didn't realize that you were this narcissistic before." "Wrong, this isn't narcissism. This is confidence." Hua Xiaoheng bowed and kissed her face. "Mrs. Hua, as long as you put your heart into it, you'll find more of Mr. Hua's strengths. If narcissism is also a strength, it's better if I don't know too many people." Gu Nianji smiled and kissed him back. "Okay, I've stuck to you. Mr. Hua, let's go to Miss Song's house, okay?" A sly light flashed in her dark, jade-like eyes. At that moment, the expression on her face was lively, like a beam of light that illuminated the unknown course of his life. Because of her, there was another reason for the beauty of this world to fight for. Hua Xiaoheng agreed to her. "Okay, since Mrs. Hua wants to go, let's go be three big, shiny light bulbs." He closed the door and led Gu Nianji downstairs. Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile and whispered, "Major General Hua, do you think highly of President Liu and Miss Song? Does your father know that you're doing this?" Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and said nonchalantly, "They're all adults. It doesn't matter if I think highly of them or not. What's important is that they know what they're doing." Gu Nianji smiled and leaned her head against Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. "Major General Hua, then you're so at ease with me because I'm an adult and know what I'm doing, right? Dream on." Hua Xiaoheng knocked her head without hesitation. "When have you ever made anyone feel at ease?" Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and wanted to bite him. Hua Xiaoheng pretended not to see and walked down the stairs with a solemn expression. The orderly standing guard downstairs immediately stood up straight and saluted him. "Hello, Chief." "Hello, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and left his official residence with Gu Nianji. Yi Xinyan swirled a glass of red wine in her hand in a four-person booth near the rear window of the Hong Empire Hotel. She glanced at the distracted Do Ayan and asked calmly, "Do Ayan, didn't you just go upstairs with Miss Gua to see Mr. Hong? Why does it seem like Mr. Hong doesn't know you were there?" Do Ayan's eyes darted around. "Miss E, we were about to go up to the second floor, but before we could, we saw a handsome man come down from the second floor. Miss Gua is hesitating. She pulled me to the corner where the man couldn't see. After the man left, she came out. Later, she said that since he had already left, there was no point in going. Then we came back." "Oh. Is that so?" Yi Xinyan lowered her head and sipped a glass of red wine. "You came back just like that?" "After he came back, he brought them here to sit." "Yes." Do Ayan nodded, looking completely innocent as if she didn't know what had happened. Yi Xinyan continued to ask, "Did Mr. Hong give up this reserved seat just for the person you saw?" "Who is that person?" "Miss Gua should know him, right? Otherwise, why would you be afraid to go upstairs as soon as you saw him?" Do Ayan didn't want to say the name. She frowned and looked away, why hasn't Hui Ning come down yet? She's been gone for half an hour. Yi Xinyan's expression turned cold as she put down the wine glass in her hand. Her voice also lowered to an octave lower than normal. Do Ayan, who exactly did you see coming down from the second floor with Miss Gua? Did Mr. Hong give up the reserved seat for this person? I don't want to ask a third time. Do Ayan pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Deputy Director Jia, who was sitting next to her. Even Deputy Director Jia seemed to be completely obedient to Yi Xinyan. Do Ayan didn't understand. One was the VP and the other was the Chief Analyst. Why did the VP have to obey the Chief Analyst? It didn't make sense. Do Ayan glanced at Yi Xinyan's delicate and beautiful face out of the corner of her eye. She heard that this woman came from an ordinary family. But she was able to become the chief analyst of the world's largest Carlyle investment company at such a young age. Either the man who slept with her was awesome, or the man who slept with her mother was awesome. Yi Xinyan frowned and waited for a while. Seeing that Do Ayan still didn't say anything, she stopped asking. She picked up her bag and stood up. She said coldly to Do Ayan, "You're fired. You don't have to go back to the Carlyle branch office. I'll inform the IT department to invalidate all your accounts. I'll have your personal belongings packed and sent to your contact's address." Do Ayan was shocked and stood up abruptly. "Miss Yi, you can't fire me. I'm not from your department." She was an intern in the legal department of Carlyle Investment Company while Yi Xinyan was the chief analyst of the Pacific Rim region. They were completely unrelated. This wasn't the way to get power. Yi Xinyan raised an eyebrow at her and said coldly, "I don't think you know this. Besides being the chief analyst, I'm also a member of Carlyle's board of directors." Of course she had the absolute say in the appointment and dismissal of a mere intern. There was no way the HR department would change the opinion of a member of the board of directors for an intern. Moreover, the board of directors was the true manager of the company. Do Ayan's expression changed. She opened her mouth to beg for mercy, but when she saw Yi Xinyan leave without looking back, she couldn't say a word. Deputy Director Jia finally stood up and whispered. "Why didn't you say anything just now? She's famous for being tough on the outside. People call her Witch Yi. How dare you not answer when Witch Yi asked you a question?" Do Ayan said bitterly, "Deputy Director Jia, I really didn't know this was so serious. I thought I was an intern in the legal department. No matter how powerful Witch Yi was, she wouldn't be able to control me. If she had known Yi Xinyan was a member of the board of directors, she would have told her everything she knew. Deputy Director Jia, can you please help me?" Do Ayan begged, "My uncle is a good friend of yours, you have to help me this time." Deputy Director Jia sighed, "Ayan, I do have a good relationship with your uncle, but you can't use that relationship to cause trouble in our company again and again. No matter how powerful I am, I can't stop you from causing trouble." Do Ayan spat in her heart and cursed, "If you're really powerful, I'll be fine no matter how much trouble I cause. Now I'm about to lose my position because I didn't answer a person's question in time. This shows that you're not powerful at all." Of course, she didn't dare say it out loud in front of Deputy Director Jia. He continued to beg Deputy Director Jia in a low voice and called his uncle an ant. Do Ayan's aunt pitied her as she was the only remaining daughter of her sister-in-law and loved her very much. Her uncle also interceded on her behalf, and Deputy Director Jia finally relented. He called Yi Xinyan and gave her a few new cases in exchange for Do Ayan's position as an intern. After this incident, Do Ayan learned her lesson. In the small conference room on the other side of the lobby, Hong Ziki crossed his arms and paced back and forth with a heavy expression. He thought back to everything that had happened since he met Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Based on his own opinion of women, Hu Xiaoheng probably treated Gu Nianji like a pet. But if this pet was not only cultured, but also intelligent, then it would be more troublesome. 9 out of 10 men couldn't escape this type of woman. Moreover, the two of them were engaged by Russian President Vladimir Putin. He used to watch that grand ceremony like it was a soap opera, but now that he thought about it, it was truly extraordinary. Guo Huining offended Gu Nianji, and it seemed like she really offended Hua Xiaoheng. The more Hong Ziki thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. After a while, he took out his phone and planned to call Hua Xiaoheng to explain and soften up the misunderstanding. And he would also give Hua Xiaoheng a big gift. Although Xue Jingjiang had asked him to give Gu Nianji a gift, he was a little unwilling. He didn't lack money, but this gift had to be given to the right person. Hua Xiaoheng was obviously more powerful than Gu Nianji. However, looking at Hua Xiaoheng, he probably wouldn't accept the gift. So he could only give it to the Hua family. Hong Ziki thought about it as he dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number. But after dialing for a long time, there was only a busy beeping sound. He panicked and texted Hua Xiaoheng again. That text couldn't be sent at all. Hong Ziki understood now. His face paled and his voice trembled. Hua Xiao blocked me. Guo Huining's heart sank, and her whole body went cold. But she forced herself to calm down and whispered, "What's going on?" Hua Xiao is such a high-ranking person, how could he be so narrow-minded? He had offended the Hong family for a woman. Guo Huining was afraid of Hua Xiaoheng, but also a little disapproving. Hong Ziki glared at Guo Huining. This isn't narrow-minded. He has that woman in his heart, that's why he's standing up for her. You don't understand men at all. Guo Huining was furious again, her hands balled into fists. She wanted nothing more than to punch Hong Ziki's annoying horse-like face. But how could she dare hit this man? Although he was stupid, he was the only male grandson of the Hong family's main branch, and the most beloved great-grandson of the Hong family's ancestor. He would inherit most of the family business in the future. She took a deep breath and warned herself not to go against the rich. She suppressed her anger and said, "This isn't about understanding men. Hua Xiao is in a high position, and many eyes are on him. He's not stupid, why would he gamble with his future over a meal?" Hong Ziki didn't understand, why would he gamble with his future? Guo Huining pointed at herself and said confidently, "Because of me. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Or am I a pushover for others to bully?" Hong Ziki was a little relieved that she was so confident. He had been with Guo Huining for so many years, and the only thing he admired about her was that she was smarter and more capable than him. She was a very important weight on the scale of him inheriting the family business. However, his ancestor had never agreed to the two of them getting married. After so many years of engagement, Guo Huining still hadn't been able to marry into the Hong family. This was why Guo Huining valued the Hong Corporation's overseas listing so much. As long as it succeeded, Guo Huining would be a great contributor to the Hong family. Not only would she receive a generous bonus, but she would also receive generous original shares. At that time, the Hong family would definitely agree to her marrying Hong Ziki, because original shares meant that she would have a say in the Hong Corporation. The Hong family wouldn't push away someone with a say in the family. That's good. Huining, you've always been very smart. I believe you will solve this problem well this time. Hong Ziki couldn't think of a solution himself, so he could only push the blame to Guo Huining as usual. Guo Huining breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly nodded. I'll think of something. She had been thinking of a solution ever since she saw Hua Xiaoheng come down from the second floor. She had already offended Gu Nianji, so it was impossible for her to apologize to Gu Nianji, not in this lifetime. The two of them left the small office. Hong Ziki returned to the Hong residence, and Guo Huining returned to the place where she was entertaining her friends. She found that Do Ayan was the only one left. Guo Huining couldn't help raising her eyebrows. She sat down in front of Do Ayan and looked around. Where are Deputy Director Jia and Miss Yi? Do Ayin replied listlessly. They left. That scene just now had scared Do Ayin out of her wits. She couldn't help complaining to Gua Huining. Huining, what do you think I'm in the way of that demoness E? I'm from the legal department. She's from the stock analysis department. They have nothing to do with each other at all. What right does she have to fire me just because she wants to? Gua Huining was shocked. You were fired. No. Do Ayin quickly shook her head. I wasn't fired. My uncle is very close to Deputy Director Jia. But why would Yi Xinyan dare to fire you? Gua Huining frowned. It didn't make sense. Do Ayin was still young and wasn't as shrewd as Gua Huining. She mumbled a few words and Gua Huining got the truth out of her. She cried. Sister Huining, I just joined Carlisle a few days ago. How would I know that Demoness E is a board member? Humph. She doesn't have any family background. I only heard that she graduated from a prestigious school. She must have a man backing her up. Or maybe her mother has a man backing her up. Gua Huining felt like she had been slapped in the face. Her expression darkened. Don't call a monk a bald donkey in front of a monk. Wasn't Do Ayin slapping Gua Huining in the face by saying that about Yi Xinyan? Gua Huining also came from an average family background, but she graduated from a prestigious school. She relied on her fiancé relationship with Hong Ziki to rise to the top of the Hong Corporation at a young age. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her, but when someone else pointed it out, it was like stepping on a cat's tail. Gua Huining's expression darkened. She said unhappily, Ayin, I don't think even Deputy Director Jia will be able to save you if you keep blabbering like this. If Yi Xinyan was a board member of Carlisle, that would explain why Deputy Director Jia kept looking at Yi Xinyan. Gua Huining weighed the pros and cons in her mind. She brushed off Do Ayin while thinking about how to get close to the Hua family. She glanced at Do Ayin and remembered what Xue Jingjiang said today. She suddenly asked, Ayin, are you familiar with the Hua family? If I want to apologize to them, who do you think I should look for? This is today's chapter update, chapter 1948, I am your biggest weakness. You can keep your monthly votes for tomorrow, but you must vote for recommendations every day. P.S. Thank you to the president of McMug Loves Blue for his 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1960. Gua Huining didn't care to get close to the small fries on the periphery. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse, to capture the ringleader. She wanted to hit the target with one strike and establish a relationship with the most powerful person in the Hua family. For example, the most powerful person in the Hong family was their ancestor. The Hong family all listened to her. Her goal in life was to become someone like the ancestor of the Hong family. Do Ayin glanced at Gua Huining, the corners of her mouth twitching. She felt very uncomfortable. What did Gu Nianji do to deserve both Professor He and Major General Hua's favor? She had originally thought that no matter how much Hua Xiaoheng liked women, he would still be able to distinguish between work and personal matters. Her sister and Hua Xiaoheng had been colleagues for many years. They were clearly in love and were about to get married. However, because of a small mistake, Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate to send her sister to prison, causing her sister to die a tragic death in Japan. How powerful could Gu Nianji be now? How could she make a cold-hearted man like Major General Hua fly into a rage for a woman? At that time, she had wanted to go with Gua Huining to watch the show. She wanted to see how Hua Xiaoheng would embarrass Gu Nianji. After all, it was embarrassing to forcibly take a seat in a high-class place like the Hong Corporation Hotel. She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to leave the hotel without another word. He didn't even want to eat. She was also shocked at the time and hid with Gua Huining. She didn't dare to meet Hua Xiaoheng face to face. Now that Gua Huining asked her for advice on who was the most suitable person to apologize to in the Hua family, it was exactly what she wanted. She didn't even need her guidance and immediately told her idea. Huining, Grandfather Hua used to have the most say in the Hua family, but I heard Grandfather Hua became a vegetable and was admitted to the military hospital. You can't do anything even if you go. Do Ayin giggled. Now it should be Major General Hua's father, General Hua Guanchin. Would his son dare to disobey him? He's more powerful than him in terms of military rank. Gua Huining's heart skipped a beat. Grandfather Hua was admitted to the military hospital? What about General Hua Guanchin? How can I see him? Do Ayin, she didn't even know how to meet him. How did Gua Huining survive? Do Ayin inwardly rolled her eyes in disdain, but still smiled and suggested, how about this, you go to the military general hospital to see Grandfather Hua, who's in a vegetative state. Then you'll be able to see General Hua, right? I'll go ask my friend when General Hua will visit his father. Gua Huining thought that as long as she could see Grandfather Hua, she would have a way to see General Hua. She smiled and said, that's great. I'll go see Grandfather Hua first. Ayin, there's no need to trouble your friend. We have a lot of people in the Hong family anyway. We can send a nurse to the hospital. We'll be able to meet General Hua no matter what. Huining, do you think the Army General Hospital is a market? Can you just send someone to guard old Master Hua? Do Ayin didn't even bother to hide her disdain. If you're really going to do that, I think you should just forget about it. Compared to the Hong family, the Hua family is not only a wealthy family, but also many times more powerful. Gua Huining's face was burning. It was as uncomfortable as being slapped in the face. But she knew that Do Ayin had a point. Gua Huining suppressed her anger, awkwardness, and reluctance. She put on a sincere attitude and asked politely, then Ayin, tell me, what should I do? Do Ayin thought to herself, I've been waiting for you to say that, but she still pretended to be in a difficult position. After thinking for a while, she said, Huining, do you really want to reverse the negative impact of this incident? I want to reverse the negative impact of Gu Nianji on General Hua. Gua Huining said stubbornly, I believe that with the Hua family's status and intelligence, they should be able to prioritize. Do Ayin nodded perfunctorily. How about this, my uncle knows a very famous neurologist. He's said to be very knowledgeable about treating people in a vegetative state. How about we get him to take a look? Gua Huining looked at her doubtfully. You mean to treat Grandfather Hua's vegetative state? Will it work? Even if it works, how long will it take? I can't wait. I can't say for sure, let him try first. Do Ayin wasn't sure either. This person happens to be lecturing at B University's medical school. I'll call his secretary and see if he has time to come over. Okay. Gua Huining was doubtful. But if he agrees, how can he go to the hospital to check on Grandfather Hua's condition? You also said that the military general hospital. Normal people can't get in. Do Ayin was annoyed by Gua Huining's lack of understanding. She gave a fake smile. Sister Huining, you'll have to think of a way. That's all I can help you with. Gua Huining believed Do Ayin now. If Do Ayin was trying to trick her, she could have just sent the person over. Now that she couldn't send the person over, she had a chance to investigate the doctor's background and abilities. Do Ayin saw that Gua Huining had agreed. She took out her phone and made a few calls. After talking with the people on the other end for half an hour, she finally made some progress. She hung up and happily said to Gua Huining, Dr. Tony happens to be free in the next few days. When do you plan on finding a chance to visit Grandfather Hua at the Military General Hospital? Dr. Tony. Gua Huining didn't think the name was Chinese. Is he a foreigner? Yes. He's an American doctor from the best Johns Hopkins Hospital in the US. He's only in his 30s, but he's already an expert in the neurology department there. When Guo Huining heard that it was an American, she was relieved. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Ian. You've done me a great favor this time." "How can I thank you?" Do Ian nodded with a half-smile. "Huining, that's what I like about you. You don't give me empty promises like thank you. Let's not talk about feelings, let's talk about money, alright?" Guo Huining's other half of her heart was completely at ease. After years of working in the business world, she was most afraid of people helping her without asking for anything in return. Experience had taught her that these kinds of favors were the hardest to return. She loved this kind of favor that was clearly marked with a price. "Alright, Ian did a great job this time. Tell me, how much money do you want?" "Sister Huining, don't be so vulgar. Don't talk about money all the time." Do Ian chided. She lightly pushed Guo Huining. "I'm not talking about money." As she spoke, Do Ian's cheeky expression disappeared. She said seriously, "I hope that in the agreement for Hong Corporation's overseas listing, I'll be appointed as Carlyle's legal counsel." She was only an intern, but would soon become a permanent employee. She hoped that her first case would be as big as Hong Corporation's. Guo Huining was stunned speechless by Do Ian's words. Do Ian said it was vulgar to talk about money. It wasn't vulgar at all, it was just that she disliked the fact that only paying her commission limited the quantity and quality of her first pot of gold. If she were to be the legal counsel for a securities underwriter, her commission would be based on the final market value of Hong Corporation. A percentage would be determined. The current valuation of Hong Corporation was $10 billion. After it was listed, the commission would be unimaginably high. Guo Huining hesitated for a long time. She said softly, "Ian, I'm afraid I can't decide this. Also, you're too inexperienced. You haven't even become a permanent employee yet. You're only an intern. Even if I want you to do it, you can't be a formal legal counsel according to the regulations of the China Securities Regulatory Commission." Do Ian smiled. "Don't worry about that. Anyway, I promise that the day I send Dr. Tony over will be the day I become a formal employee. Once I become a formal employee, our deal will officially begin." But even if she became a formal employee, she would still be a rookie lawyer. There was no reason for her to be a legal counsel for a rookie without a large overseas listing case. Even if Guo Huining agreed, the shrewd Hong family wouldn't. Guo Huining wasn't a person without principles. She would only agree to other people's conditions as long as she could handle it. Therefore, she said tactfully, "Ian, you're making things difficult for me. Hong Corporation doesn't belong to me alone. Even if I'm the chairman of the board, I can't make such a decision. I'm sorry, I'll find another way." Do Ian didn't expect Guo Huining to give up such a great opportunity to curry favor with the Huo family and refuse to be her legal counsel for this case. It wasn't that she wasn't disappointed. But she also knew that her conditions were too high. She had thought that Guo Huining would help her achieve her wish regardless of the cost, but Guo Huining actually refused. Do Ian was slightly surprised. Her eyes flashed, and she changed her words to the second plan. "Sister Huining, I really want to help you. Alright, even if I can't be the legal counsel for the Carlyle Group, you can still invite me to be a senior employee of the Hong Corporation's legal department. Is that okay?" "That's not a problem." Guo Huining immediately agreed when she heard that she was going to be a senior employee of the Hong Corporation's legal department. Because this was an area where she could make decisions. She had absolute power. "But, don't you think it's a pity?" Guo Huining said tactfully. "Although our company is big, it's not as good for your career development as the Carlyle Group. Moreover, you're about to become a full-time employee." Do Ian put on an aggrieved expression, tears almost flowing down her eyes. "Sister Huining, I know you really want my best, but but you also know that I've been in such a mess with Demonis E at the Carlisle group. Even if I force myself to go back, I'll never have a chance for promotion. Instead of being tormented by others there, I'd rather leave and find another place. Do Ian put on a sincere expression. I was thinking that if Sister Huining could help me just this once, I wouldn't have to worry about Demonis E. In the end, I didn't think it through and made things difficult for you. Gua Huining nodded in satisfaction. Ian, you've helped me a lot this time. I won't mistreat you. After the two of them discussed the employment details, Do Ian immediately went to contact Dr. Tony. Because Do Ian had already decided to resign from the Carlisle group, there was no need to wait any longer. She quickly made an appointment with Dr. Tony. Gua Huining also asked her own people to find out Grandfather Hua's room at the Military General Hospital, as well as General Hu Guanchen's contact information. It wasn't difficult to find Grandfather Hua's room at the Military General Hospital, but General Hu Guanchen's contact information wasn't easy to find. Gua Huining then called Hong Ziki. After explaining for a long time, Hong Ziki finally agreed to ask Xue Jingjiang if he had General Hu Guanchen's contact information. However, Xue Jingjiang refused to divulge it. After a few indifferent words, he hung up on Hong Ziki. She tried again, but couldn't get through. Gua Huining was shocked when she heard the situation. Had she really kicked a brick wall? Just as she was at a loss, the person she sent to find out Grandfather Hua's condition at the hospital gave her a piece of news. Other than Hu Guanchen, there was another family taking care of Grandfather Hua, Zhang Baochen's family. Zhang Baochen was the illegitimate son of Grandfather Hua and his head nurse. They had gone to the hospital to take care of Grandfather Hua. Hu Guanchen was a powerful person, so it wasn't easy for them to find his contact information. However, Zhang Baochen's family were just ordinary people, so it was much easier to find their contact information. Gua Huining only breathed a sigh of relief when she received Zhang Baochen's family's contact information. Saving the nation in a roundabout way was also saving the nation, wasn't it? At that moment, Hu Guanchen was smoking outside Grandfather Hua's room. Grandfather Hua's condition had worsened ever since he was expelled from the military and stripped of his rank. He had become a vegetable and was admitted to the military hospital. He was now an ordinary patient, and could no longer enjoy any special privileges or care. It was only because his eldest son, Wu Guanyuan, was a martyr, his second son, Wu Guanchen, was a general, and his grandson, Hu Shaoheng, was a major general that he could continue to stay in the intensive care unit of the Military General Hospital. Hu Guanchen was used to visiting Grandfather Hua every Friday. He didn't need to do anything, just sit by his bedside and talk to him. Grandfather Hua had become a vegetable. According to Chen Lai's diagnosis, Grandfather Hua's condition was considered a chronic disorder of consciousness, and he still had some awareness of the outside world. Sometimes, he could hear other people speak and his mind would be briefly conscious. However, he couldn't move or speak because moving and speaking required more coordination of brain cells. He couldn't do it for the time being. For the past year and a half, Wu Guanchen and Grandfather Hua's illegitimate son, Zhang Baochen, had taken turns to take care of Grandfather Hua, each taking half of the responsibility. This was the result of Hu Shaoheng getting the Zhang family to sign a nursing contract. Of course, Wu Guanchen couldn't take care of him himself, so he hired a professional nurse to come every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The other 4 days were taken care of by Zhang Baochen's family because they didn't have the energy to pay for a professional nurse. Fortunately, it was very easy to take care of a vegetable. Many things were done by the doctors and nurses in the intensive care unit, so the two families continued to live in harmony. Hu Guanchen himself came to visit Grandfather Hua whenever he was free, but he didn't have a specific time. Today was only Thursday, but he was still here. Because he knew that Hu Guanyuan had returned alive, he wanted to talk to Grandfather Hua about it. However, when he thought of Hu Guanyuan's feelings for Song Jining, he felt terrible. He sat by Grandfather Hua's bed for a long time, but couldn't say a word. He could only go outside to smoke alone. Today was the day that Zhang Baochun's family took care of Grandfather Hua. Zhang Baochun came alone with a small leather bag. Seeing Hua Guanchen standing in the hallway smoking, Zhang Baochun bowed humbly and smiled. General Hua is here. Hua Guanchen turned to see Zhang Baochun and grunted. His attitude towards him was neither close nor distant, and they could still talk normally. Baochun, how have you been? He casually made small talk. Zhang Baochun was surprised by Hua Guanchen's attitude. It seemed to be much better than before. His eyes immediately brightened, and he leaned over to take out another cigarette. He offered it with both hands. General Hua, please smoke. He continued, it's been all right. Although we aren't as rich as before, we're living a simple life as a family. It's more comfortable than before. Don't worry, General Hua. We're not ungrateful people. My mother made a mistake in the past and should be punished. We don't blame the Hua family. Moreover, Grandfather Hua is my biological father. No matter how cruel and ungrateful I am, I will still acknowledge my own father. Zhang Baochun's words touched Hua Guanchen's heart. He couldn't help but have a better impression of Zhang Baochun. He sighed and said, Time reveals a man's heart. This is today's big chapter update, chapter 1949, Time reveals a man's heart. The double monthly votes have begun. If there are any leftover monthly votes, I'll give a few to the Major General, Wax, Little Angels. Chapter 1961. Zhang Baochun was surprised to hear this and quickly replied humbly, General Hua is magnanimous and doesn't stoop to our level. Also, we know we were wrong back then. Let's not talk about my mother. Sons don't mind their mothers being ugly and dogs don't mind their families being poor. We can only do what we can to atone for my mother's sins. Hua Guanchen nodded. His expression softened and his mood improved. I know you guys have been very considerate for the past year and a half. The two of them walked to Grandfather Hua's room as they spoke. Zhang Baochun put down his briefcase and called the nurse over to ask about Grandfather Hua's recent condition. The nurse saw Hua Guanchen and didn't dare to be negligent. She replied with concern, Grandfather Hua's condition isn't good, but it's not bad either. Our hospital has also sent the best doctors to take care of Grandfather Hua. Grandfather Hua's condition hasn't worsened during this time. It hasn't worsened. Is there any chance of it getting better? Zhang Baochun asked anxiously. The past year and a half had been hard for him. Although he wanted to atone for his mother's sins, he wanted Grandfather Hua to wake up from his vegetative state. Their family's only hope was Grandfather Hua, who was in a coma. As long as Grandfather Hua woke up, their family would have a future. However, the nurse only shook her head and said tactfully, I'm not sure about that, but from the current situation, there's no change for the time being. Zhang Baochun was extremely disappointed but didn't ask any more questions. He quietly went to the bathroom to wash his hands before coming out to massage Grandfather Hua's legs. He had been lying in the hospital for a year and a half. He was getting older and his muscles were starting to atrophy. Hua Guanchen watched from the side for a while. He also felt bad and said, Baochun, I'll leave you to your work. I'll be going now. Zhang Baochun quickly turned around and said, Take care. He was the only one left in the room to take care of Grandfather Hua. Zhang Baochun looked at Grandfather Hua's slightly shriveled body and said sadly, Dad, when will you wake up? Wenjia and Wena have no future with you like this. They're still young, unlike me. I'm already old and have no hope in this lifetime. He sincerely hoped that Grandfather Hua would wake up soon and stop Hua Xiaoheng from causing trouble for the Zhang family. In the past 1.5 years, Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wena were fired from the state agencies they worked for. The reason was that they failed the background check. Why weren't there any problems during the background checks in the past? Now that there was a problem with the background check, it was obvious that Hu Xiaoheng was the culprit. Zhang Baoqin knew what Hu Xiaoheng used to do. He stayed in grandfather Hu's room for the entire afternoon and only left the military general hospital when it was getting dark. However, not long after he got into the car, he received a call. "Are you Mr. Zhang Baoqin?" He grunted, "Yes, I am. May I know who you are?" "I'm the director of the Hong Corporation's legal department, Guo Huining. I would like to have a meal with you. I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you?" Guo Huining said eagerly over the phone, "I know you don't know me, but I know Hu Xiao. I've had 2 meals with him. He's also very close to Mr. Hu's childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang. If you don't believe me, you can call Xue Jingjiang's number." Guo Huining gave him Xue Jingjiang's number. Zhang Baoqin had lived with the Hu family for more than 10 years. How could he not know Hu Xiaoheng's childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang? Seeing that Guo Huining even knew Xue Jingjiang's phone number, he was more than half convinced. "Okay, set a time," he said after some consideration. Guo Huining quickly said, "Tomorrow is Friday. How about tomorrow afternoon? I'll send a car to pick you up. I've made a reservation at the Qingnan residence." The Qingnan residence was a newly opened garden villa hotel in the imperial capital. Not only was it extremely expensive, but it also had a membership system. Even the rich couldn't get in. It was the first time Zhang Baoqin had heard of this hotel, but it sounded especially grand. He immediately agreed. "See you tomorrow." He asked again, "Do you know my address?" Guo Huining smiled and said, "Can you send me your address?" Zhang Baoqin shared his address with her and went home. When he got home, he told his family about tomorrow's dinner during dinner. His son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna, looked at each other and asked curiously, "Dad, who is this person? Is he a scammer?" Zhang Baoqin laughed bitterly and took a sip of mung bean porridge. "Scammer? You think too highly of your father. I don't have anything now. Even if he's a scammer, what could he possibly do to me?" He laughed heartily. "Who knows, I might even be able to get a free meal from him. Qingnan residence. That sounds like a good idea." Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna looked up information about Qingnan residence on the internet and said happily, "Dad. You're right. Even if he's a scammer who's willing to pay. It's not a loss for you to have a meal there." The evening lights were lit, and the imperial capital was quiet and peaceful. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng brought a bottle of red wine to Madame Song's apartment and rang the doorbell. Song Jining opened the door and smiled at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, you're finally here. I've been wanting to talk to you for the past few days, but I thought you'd need more rest since you just got back, so I didn't call." Gu Nianji gave her a big hug and said guiltily with a red face, "Madame Song, I missed you too, but I just got back, so I was a little tired, so, I know, that's why I didn't call you," Song Jining said affectionately. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who had followed them in. "Xiaoheng's complexion looks good," Song Jining said affectionately as she pulled Gu Nianji's hand into the house. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji, fortunately, Lu Jin came out to help them. "Nianji's here." The first time he saw his precious daughter, he walked over happily and hugged her. He then looked her up and down and kept saying, "You've lost weight, you've lost weight. Eat more today." Gu Nianji hugged Lu Jin's arm and rubbed against it. She said happily, "Dad, I love hearing you say that I've lost weight." Lu Jin laughed heartily and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng from the corner of his eye. He said perfunctorily, "Major General Hua is here too. You talk to your mother, and I'll talk to my daughter." With that, he dragged Gu Nianji away without another word. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Song Jining. Song Jining patted him on the shoulder and held back her laughter. Lu Jin is a very interesting person, and he's very knowledgeable. Xiaoheng, don't pull a long face. Father and daughter haven't seen each other for a few days, so it's normal for them to talk together now. Her elbow was almost broken, wasn't it? Hua Xiaoheng was used to it. He looked around the room without batting an eyelid and changed the topic. Madam Song, I'm not angry. But why do you have more luggage here? Are all the guest rooms occupied? Song Jining was all smiles. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's house is being renovated. They didn't have a place to stay for a while, so they came to stay with me first. I'm not at home often anyway, so I let them stay first. It's more convenient for me to work at the Physics Institute. Hua Xiaoheng, he was about to speak when Lu Yuan called out from the kitchen, Director Song, do you still have a cutting board? Song Jining quickly agreed. Yes, I'll help you find it. As she spoke, she quickly walked to the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the strange harmony and tacit understanding between the two of them speechlessly. He rubbed his forehead with his hand and walked to the balcony. Looking at the sparkling night sky of the imperial capital, he took out his phone and called Xue Jingjiang. Xue Jingjiang had just finished dinner and was looking at some business mergers and acquisitions in his room. When he heard his phone ring, he glanced at it and saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng's number. How rare, he immediately threw away the materials in his hand and answered the call. He smiled and said, Major General Hua. Is it really you? My jaw is about to drop to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng stood on the balcony. His hands were a little itchy and he wanted to smoke a cigarette. However, after thinking about it, his eyes darkened. He twisted his fingers a few times and propped himself up on the balcony. He asked, Young Master Xue, have you had dinner? I just finished. What? Want to have another meal with me? I'll keep you company. Xue Jingjiang said excitedly, help me up. I can still eat. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled quietly and ignored Xue Jingjiang's joke. He smiled and said, I wanted to ask you, what happened after we left the Hong Corporation Hotel today? Xue Jingjiang naturally assumed that Gu Nianji had already complained to Hua Xiaoheng about what had happened at the hotel. He frowned and said, what happened today was indeed young Master Hong's fiancée's fault. Young Master Hong had already reserved a seat for those who had left, but she insisted on interfering. She asked the others to give up their seats and didn't even talk about it. Who could stand her high and mighty attitude? Hua Xiaoheng grunted and said dryly, oh, I see. I was wondering why she was so angry. Xue Jingjiang froze. Didn't Miss Gu tell you what happened? No. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. She didn't say a word, so I didn't ask. Really? Xue Jingjiang slapped his forehead and gave a thumbs up with a smile. Then I'll have to reevaluate my sister-in-law. She's so young, but she's so sensible and doesn't cause trouble in a group of men's friends. She's a good girl indeed. Even Guo Huining, who had been in the workplace for more than a decade, couldn't compare to this level of self-restraint. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and gave a rare compliment. Of course, she didn't even know who she grew up with. Xue Jingjiang, who had been single for tens of thousands of years, suffered a blow. Hua Xiaoheng. Look at how smug you are. Xue Jingjiang couldn't help but mock him. I'm telling you, you treat your sister-in-law well, but other people don't. Otherwise, why would someone like Guo Huining think that the small fry in the investment bank is more important than the guests that young Master Hong wants to entertain? If she didn't think they were more important, why would she ask my sister-in-law to give up her seat? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he replied calmly, really? Which investment banks? Which ones? His tone wasn't special, and his meaning was obvious. However, Xue Jingjiang got goosebumps. Hua Xiaoheng, what do you mean? Are you trying to teach these blind people a lesson? Xue Jingjiang asked tentatively with a smile. Xue Jingjiang was shocked. He had never seen Hua Xiaoheng abuse his position for personal gain or use his power to teach people a lesson. Was he going to make an exception? Xue Jingjiang was instantly excited. Hua Xiaoheng denied it lightly. What are you thinking? Do I look like someone who can't distinguish between work and personal interests? But I didn't even ask if someone bullied my woman. Am I still a man? You were slapped, so you have to know who did it, right? Actually, this doesn't have much to do with the investment bank. Xue Jingjiang thought about it carefully. It's mainly because young Master Hong's fiancée isn't reliable, but she didn't seem to recognize Miss Gu at first. You should be magnanimous and not hit her too hard. Ignorance is not a crime. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. You still haven't told me who the people in the investment bank are, and which investment bank they are from. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was persistent, Xue Jingjiang could only say, actually, the investment bank might not be completely innocent. He named the three people. One is Yi Xinyan, Carlyle's chief analyst for the Pacific Rim region. The other is Deputy Director Jia, in charge of securities underwriting. The last one is the sister of an old friend of mine. Xue Jingjiang paused before saying, Dou Ayan. Hua Xiaoheng switched his hand to hold the phone. It's her. Yes, so it's more likely that Gua Huaning was instigated by someone. Maybe she really didn't recognize Miss Gu at first. Xue Jingjiang analyzed honestly. And Dou Ayan definitely knows who Miss Gu is. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. That makes sense. But why did Dou Ayan suddenly return to the country? I remember that after her sister and father's case, she went abroad on her aunt's behalf. Yes, she went abroad. Isn't she back now? She interned at Carlyle through her aunt's connections. Xue Jingjiang raked his hands through his hair and frowned. What do you think? Why would she deliberately target Miss Gu? What do you think? Hua Xiaoheng finally snorted, his emotions wavering. She's obviously trying to sow discord. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Xue Jingjiang chuckled. It's not that I didn't see it, it's just that I didn't think her instigation was going to work. Think about it, at most she's a toad jumping on people's feet. Even if she can't scare people, she'll at least discuss them, right? Also, the Dou and Yen families have been behaving like dogs with their tails between their legs for the past 2 years. Do you think they'd be bold enough to provoke you on purpose? So you're saying that Dou Ayan is the only one doing this? Hua Xiaoheng paced slowly on the balcony. His eyes narrowed. I don't think so. First of all, Dou Ayan is only in her 4th year, but she's interning at Carlyle. Carlyle is a very influential company in the international investment world. I don't think her uncle has that much power. Second, Dou Ayan pretended not to know Nianji, but there's no way Nianji doesn't remember her. She also knows that Gu Nianji wouldn't forget her, but she still made a move. Third, Dou Ayan is an intern, but instead of performing well, she's taking the opportunity to sow discord and give Nianji a hard time. Does she really think that I wouldn't know who she is just because Nianji was upset? That I would just stand by and watch? As the daughter of the former Prime Minister Dou, does she not even have this little bit of political sensitivity? Fourth, if she's considered all these scenarios and still did it, and it wasn't a sudden stroke of genius, then there must be someone behind her. Hua Xiaoheng finally concluded. This isn't over yet. We can wait and see. This is today's big chapter update, chapter 1950, Wait and See. The double monthly votes have begun. If there are any leftover monthly votes, I'll give a few to the Major General. P.S. Thank you to the President of Life's Journey is only through reading for the 200,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the president of I Am Master Rashi for the 100,000 Chidin coins yesterday. Thank you to the president of Helen 3500 Meatballs for the 10,000 Chidin coins yesterday. Thank you to the president of Beth 1211 for the 10,000 Chidin coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1962. Shui Jingjiang hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to see so much in the disgusting discord between a small woman. He was speechless for a long time before he finally said in admiration, "Major General Hua, is this your occupational disease?" Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. This is considered an occupational disease. Young Master Shui, this is the first time my occupational disease has been slandered so harshly. Shui Jingjiang, he couldn't afford to offend him. He didn't dare continue the topic with Hua Xiaoheng. He chuckled and said, "Major General Hua, when are you going to hold your wedding with sister-in-law? My red packets are already thirsty for them. Then you'll have to prepare a big one." Hua Xiaoheng casually exchanged a few pleasantries before changing the topic again. Does Hong Ziki know? What did he say? Until now, he hadn't seen Hong Ziki and Guo Huining apologize to Gu Nianji. Shui Jingjiang quickly said, "I've already given young Master Hong and his fiancée some pointers. They should be ready to apologize to sister-in-law, right?" Really? Hua Xiaoheng took out his lighter non-committally. He lit it on the balcony, extinguished it, lit it again, and extinguished it again. The faint flame from the lighter shone on the side of his face. It was clear and dark, just like his eyes were obscure and unclear. Probably. Shui Jingjiang wasn't sure, so he could only say, "Major General Hua, Hong Ziki isn't a bad person, but he's not very smart, so he trusts his highly educated fiancée." He didn't make his words very clear, but he implicitly indicated that Hong Ziki didn't have the final say in this matter. Guo Huining had the final say. Hua Xiaoheng laughed when he heard this. He put out the lighter with a click and said, "Hong Ziki is the Hong family." If he didn't agree with Guo Huining's actions, would he have let Guo Huining do whatever she wanted? Shui Jingjiang heard Hua Xiaoheng say this and knew that the grudge had been formed. He silently lit a candle for Hong Ziki and even the Hong family in his heart. He silently thought, "Young Master Hong, this is as far as I can help you." Gu Nianji arrived at Lu Jin's room and looked around curiously. This room was one of the guest rooms in Song Jinning's apartment. It was about 20 square meters and was decorated in a simple and refreshing manner. There was a large desk under the south window, and an ergonomically beige postmodern chair was slanted in front of the desk. The back of the chair, which looked like powder blue satin, was draped with a leopard fur blanket. On both sides of the desk, there were two tall bookcases that were built together. The bookcases were filled with books. The west and north walls were lined with L-shaped, ash-gray fabric sofas. Lu Jin smiled at Gu Nianji and said, "This sofa is a bed. It's so comfortable to sleep on." Gu Nianji walked over and patted the back of the sofa to feel its hardness. Fortunately, it was just the right amount of softness. It was more comfortable to sleep on such a sofa bed. She asked softly, "Dad, did you sleep well?" In the other world, Lu Jin had never been a person who wronged himself. He didn't know much about money, but his food, clothing, and accommodation were all top-notch because he could afford it. Although this sofa bed was comfortable, it was still far from the custom-made high-tech bed that Lu Jin had in the other world. Lu Jin patted her head in understanding. "Of course it's comfortable. Do you think your dad can only enjoy it and can't even suffer a little?" Gu Nianji felt even more sad. "Dad, I didn't ask you to come with me to make you suffer." She suddenly felt very unfilial. She held Lu Jin's arm with one hand and the corner of his shirt with the other. She twisted the corner of his shirt into a knot and made up her mind. "Dad, I still have a villa in Xiangshan. You can stay there. If you sleep on the sofa here every day, where am I going to hide my face? It's not like you don't know why we're living here. Lu Jin whispered into Gu Nianji's ear, I'm doing it for Boss Lu. Don't tear him down. But he asked you to sleep on the sofa. Gu Nianji complained about Lu Yuan's inhumanity. I can't let you be wronged for his sake, can I? My girl is so filial. Lu Jin was extremely touched. But Boss Lu didn't wrong me. I didn't want the bed. I've never slept on a sofa bed before, and it's quite interesting. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Dad, don't be like this. Actually, it's not a big deal for you guys to be like this. If you guys live here, Miss Song won't come back to live. It's not as good as living in my two houses. You can still see Miss Song going back to the apartment every weekend. Lu Jin tilted his head and thought about it. He nodded slowly and said, yes, but Boss Lu has just settled down. Let him be happy for a while. Anyway, our apartment will be renovated in another month. Okay. Gu Nianji nodded. Then I'll help you move in a month. Okay. Let's go buy furniture together. Lu Jin said excitedly. I've prepared a room for you. What kind of furniture do you want? We'll pick it out together then. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ergonomic chair in front of Lu Jin's desk. She touched the leopard print blanket. This blanket is so comfortable. The fur is so smooth. I'll ask Miss Song where she bought such a good leopard print blanket later. If a little leopard print soft decoration was incorporated into the simple and elegant decoration, it would have an unexpected effect. Lu Jin chuckled and shook his head. That's difficult. I didn't buy it. Boss Lu took it out from the safe where he used to store his things. It said that it was the first leopard he caught when he went hunting in Africa when he was young. Ah! Gu Nianji quickly jumped up and instantly distanced herself from the leopard print blanket. This is real leopard skin. Yes, it's real. Lu Jin laughed and pointed at Gu Nianji. So you're Lord Ye's good dragon. Gu Nianji giggled and sat down on the single sofa next to the door. I'm environmentally friendly. Why am I Lord Ye's good dragon? The father and daughter chatted for a while before Lu Jin asked Gu Nianji. What have you been doing lately? I heard you went to see your friends here this afternoon. How was it? Do they still remember you? Of course I remember. Gu Nianji shook her hair proudly. My best friend, Ma Chi-Chi, and Brother Chin. Oh right, Dad, you have to meet Brother Chin when you're free. He's very talented in medicine. He's a genius. Lu Jin looked at her. Genius? Of course, he's still a little worse than you. Gu Nianji quickly added with a smile, so if he meets you, he'll definitely have a lot in common with you. She then whispered, ever since I came here, Brother Chin has helped me take care of my physical examinations, illnesses, and injuries. No one else knows about my physique. Lu Jin was relieved. He quickly said, then I really have to meet him. Just because he's taking care of you, I have to teach him a few tricks. That's great. Gu Nianji smiled and jumped up from the single sofa. She walked over to Lu Jin and reached out her arm to pull him to sit on the L-shaped sofa. Dad, take it easy too. Don't scare him. Lu Jin flicked his fingertips proudly and looked askance at her. Just a little bit from my fingers will be enough for him to use for the rest of his life. The two of them were talking animatedly until Hu Xiaoheng came over and knocked on the door. He smiled and said, It's time for dinner. Lu Jin and Gu Nianji stood up at almost the same time. Their eyes were bright as they asked in unison, Can we eat now? Yes. Hu Xiaoheng stepped aside and made way for the door. Lu Jin and Gu Nianji walked out one after another. When they walked past Hu Xiaoheng, He quietly grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and whispered in her ear. Did Hong Ziki and Gua Huining call you to apologize? Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback, and her brain didn't work out for a moment. Hong Ziki and Gua Huining. Oh, I remember now. She smiled and held Hu Xiaoheng's arm as they walked to the dining room. As they walked, she said, "You know everything." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask," Gu Nianji said with a smile. When Hu Xiaoheng looked over without batting an eyelid, she rubbed her nose again and said embarrassedly, "Actually, I forgot. You behaved so well at that time, and I couldn't be happier. How could I have the time to think about those unrelated people?" Hu Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's head and said after a while, "You really have low expectations of me." He had only said a few soft words, and she was so excited that she didn't even care about being humiliated by others. "No way. I have high expectations of you." Gu Nianji disagreed and said seriously, "But what happened today is my own business. I don't need you to get back at me. Who are you? Is it worth getting angry with those people? Major General Hua, you're someone who does big things. Your business is a big thing to me." Hu Xiaoheng suppressed the emotion and heartache in his heart and kissed her forehead. "If you suffer any grievances in the future, you have to tell me. I'm your man. If I don't support you, who will I support?" Gu Nianji's heart almost melted when she heard this. She couldn't help going around to hug Hu Xiaoheng's waist and said softly, "Major General Hua, did you become enlightened after going to the other world? I can't hold on any longer." Hu Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He led her into the dining room. Lu Jin had just helped Song Jining put the food on the table when he turned around and saw Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji come in. He pouted. The two of them were just walking. Did they need to stand so close? It wasn't like they were conjoined twins. Lu Jin said to Hu Xiaoheng with a sullen face, "Major General Hua, the bowls and chopsticks haven't been brought over yet. Can you go get them?" Gu Nianji smiled and said, "I'll go get them. I'll go get them." She pushed Hu Xiaoheng away and ran into the kitchen. Song Jining winked at Hu Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, I'll go to the kitchen and help Nianji get the bowls and chopsticks." She left Hu Xiaoheng alone to bear Lu Jin's dissatisfaction. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and bowed to help Lu Jin rearrange the food on the table. He said calmly, "Uncle Lu, Nianji went to have dinner with her best friend today, but she was humiliated at the hotel." Lu Jin's heart was filled with jealousy towards Hu Xiaoheng. When he heard that his girl had been humiliated, he immediately threw all his emotions out of his mind. His eyes widened. Who dared to humiliate my girl?" After saying that, he remembered what Gu Nianji had said. Did it happen when she went to see her friend this afternoon? Hu Xiaoheng nodded and pulled out a chair for Lu Jin to sit down. He sat next to him and sighed. "It's my fault. I went to the second floor to eat with my friends. Nianji wanted to eat with her friends, so I asked the three of them to eat downstairs. In the end." He described what had happened at the Hong Corporation's hotel in the afternoon without any emotion. He tried his best to describe it objectively. Lu Jin was already furious with this description. He slammed the table and stood up. "What Hong family? What investment bank? Where did these scumbags come from? How dare they take advantage of my girl? Do they think it's too easy to make money? That it's too easy to go public?" Hu Xiaoheng poured Lu Jin a glass of red wine. "Calm down. Nianji has already fought back." Lu Jin glared at him. "Nianji fought back? How did she fight back?" "She said she would never step into the Hong Corporation's hotel again." Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "That's what I said too. I'll never go there again in my life." The anger on Lu Jin's face suddenly faded. His lips trembled as he sat down with his hand on the table. That's how she fought back. That's called fighting back. As he spoke, Lu Jin covered his face. He felt extremely uncomfortable. My poor girl, she went to the hotel for a meal and was chased out. The only way she could think of to retaliate was to never go there for a meal again. How could they bully her like this? Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a while before handing Lu Jin a tissue. It's my fault. If I had been there with her. No, it's none of your business. Lu Jin sniffled and took the tissue to wipe his face. You can't follow her 24 hours a day. He was actually so reasonable. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, when Lu Jin looked over, Hu Xiaoheng's expression had already returned to normal. He nodded seriously and said, although that's the truth, Nianji is my person. I can't let others treat her like this. Uncle Lu, if you can hold your wedding with Nianji earlier. Lu Jin interrupted him and said seriously, Nianji said she wants to mourn for her mother for a year, so she has to mourn for a year. The wedding will be held after a year. Hu Xiaoheng still wanted to persuade him, but Lu Jin had already raised his hand and said with a straight face, in everyone's eyes, Nianji isn't married yet, so she's my responsibility. I'll protect her from being bullied. But she's already been bullied. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers tapped on the dining table, making a ticking sound. Yes, then the person who bullied her will have to pay the price. Lu Jin crossed his fingers and clenched them tightly. His knuckles crackled, and his face tensed up. I won't let anyone who bullies my girl have any chance to make a comeback. Hu Xiaoheng, he was suddenly a little worried and said hesitantly. Just teach them a lesson, of course, just teach them a lesson. Lu Jin's expression calmed down. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Gu Nianji and Song Jining coming out with bowls and chopsticks. He smiled and said, but this lesson will be engraved in their hearts. This was today's big chapter update, chapter 1951, You're asking too little of me. The double monthly votes had begun. If there were any remaining monthly votes, he would reward the Major General with a few, PS, uploaded in advance and released on a regular basis. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1963. Gu Nianji and Song Jining chatted and laughed as they walked to the dining room and sat down. She glanced at the dishes on the table. Although she tried her best to maintain a proper smile, the stars in her eyes still showed her amazement and joy at the dishes on the table. Unlike in the past, there weren't many dishes on the table this time. There were only 8 dishes in total. In the middle were 3 large blue and white porcelain bowls, surrounded by 5 pure white jade porcelain plates, like a peacock spreading its tail. Lu Yuan walked over with a smile. As he set up the chopsticks for everyone, he said, I didn't cook many dishes today, but they're all martial arts dishes. Everyone, try them and see if they're delicious. Song Jining smiled and said, although there aren't many dishes, the amount of dishes is very large. Lu Yuan, what dishes are these? Lu Yuan pointed at the 3 large blue and white porcelain bowls in the middle and said, these are bird's nest soup, braised shark's fin, and oolong spitting pearls. Gu Nianji looked at the oolong spitting pearls. It happened to be stewed soft black ginseng neatly arranged side by side, but there was a string of quail eggs on the side, just like a dragon spitting pearls. Hu Xiaoheng sat next to Gu Nianji and scooped her a bowl of bird's nest soup with a serving spoon. He said casually, President Liu is cooking the Tan family's official dishes today. This bird's nest soup, braised shark's fin, and oolong spitting pearls are the 3 most famous dishes in the Tan family's official dishes. This bird's nest soup was clear and moist. The bird's nest soup was intact and floated in the beige soup like pieces of magnolia. It was elegant and fresh, and just the smell was surprisingly clear. Gu Nianji had only eaten desserts made from bird's nest before, but she had never eaten dishes made from bird's nest. She quickly took a bite. The softness of the bird's nest was mixed with an extremely fresh taste. It was like a clear spring that washed the taste buds clean, just waiting for a gluttonous feast. Oh! Gu Nianji dragged out her voice and said vaguely, "How is this made? Can bird's nest make such a taste?" Indeed, ignorance has limited my imagination. Lu Yuan sat next to Song Jining with a smile and scooped a bowl of bird's nest soup for her. He said, "If we use Western cuisine as an analogy, this dish can be considered an appetizer. After the bird's nest is soaked, it is washed with clean water, and then steamed with chicken broth made from organic chickens. Then, it is put into the black pork knuckle, scallops, and xianwei ham stock and steamed for half an hour. This way, the bird's nest won't break. Not only will the bird's cup be intact, but the nutrients won't be lost either." Lu Jin was thinking about something. He reached the spoon and scooped a bowl of bird's nest soup. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised to see that he did not argue, but he did not say anything. He picked up the serving chopsticks and scooped another handful of braised shark's fin for Lu Jin. He placed it in a small bowl beside him. Hu Xiaoheng said, "These dishes are very particular about the quality of the ingredients and the heat control. Director Lu, how long did you prepare for this table of dishes?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "If you don't count the time to find the ingredients, the entire preparation work will take a day and a night." Gu Nianji gasped. These 8 dishes took a day and a night. The main thing about these dishes is that they take a lot of time to soak, Lu Yuan explained unhurriedly. Because I didn't want to use chemical methods to soak them, I only used clean water, so it took a long time. Also, the shark's fin and bird's nest soup were just brewed, so it took more than 10 hours. Gu Nianji nodded with emotion. No wonder, these dishes are so delicious. I probably can't eat them often. Lu Jin heard this and turned to her. That's why I asked you to eat with me. Boss Lu is a busy man, so he doesn't cook such good dishes often. I've lived with Boss Lu for 18 years, and he's only cooked them once. Once. Lu Jin stretched out a finger to show how outrageous Lu Yuan's behavior was. Song Jining ate a mouthful of bird's nest soup and then a mouthful of braised shark's fin. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's so delicious. Lu Yuan, I'll be satisfied if I can eat these dishes every new year." "You like them? I can make them once a week." Lu Yuan quickly said, "The soup is ready. As long as the ingredients are fresh, you can make them." Lu Jin, his face hurt so much. He glared at Lu Yuan, who was inhumane to the opposite sex. He curled his lips and resentfully picked up a crow ginseng for himself. He bit it off and ate it as if he was venting his anger. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng looked at each other and secretly smiled. For the sake of Song Jining, Lu Yuan had really stopped at nothing. However, Song Jining didn't appreciate it and quickly said, "How can I do that? These dishes are so troublesome to make. How can I ask you to make them every week? Besides, I don't come back every week. I'll be satisfied if I eat them once a year." Lu Yuan wanted to say, "It's not troublesome," but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud in front of so many people. His gaze swept around the table and landed on Gu Nianji, who was eating bitterly. He said, "Nianji has lost a lot of weight, so she needs to take good care of herself. Anyway, I plan to make her a nutritious dish every week. Everyone can try it, so it doesn't matter." Gu Nianji, who had been pulled over to block the bullet, suddenly realized that the tender and smooth shark fin in her mouth seemed to have grown thorns that were about to pierce her throat. She looked up at Lu Yuan with a wry smile and thought to herself, "President Lu, why are you doing this? Just as she was about to express that she was too weak to take care of herself, Song Jining smiled happily and said, is that so? Nianji really needs to take care of herself. She and Xiaoheng will be married next year, and she will soon have a child. She has to take care of herself. Lu Yuan, you're really considerate. Then I'll take care of Nianji and eat this good food too. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and thought that this was good too. Song Jining would also take care of herself. Perhaps there would be unexpected effects. Her bitter smile immediately turned into a sweet smile. She said to Lu Yuan, then I'll have to trouble President Lu. I'll do as you say. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and picked up a piece of crow ginseng for her. He didn't expose her thoughts. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Nianji had agreed. He said calmly, although my surname is no longer Hua, I'm still Xiaoheng and Nianji's uncle. Your children are also my grandchildren. If I don't care about you, who should I care about? Nianji, food is better than medicine. Gu Nianji interrupted him and said with a smile, President Lu is right. Actually, during the days when Miss Song was sick, she was abused by those people in terms of food and drink. Miss Song's health wasn't very good either. President Lu, do you know how to make medicinal cuisine? Do you want to customize some medicinal cuisine for Miss Song that can help her recover? Lu Yuan's gaze darkened. He looked at Song Jining fixedly and said in a low voice, Director Song, it's all my fault. I'll make up for the harm you've suffered for them. Lu Yuan's cheap daughter, Luo Zhelan, was the main culprit behind Song Jining's abuse. Song Jining smiled and said, Luo Zhelan is indeed at fault, but she's an adult. What she did has nothing to do with you. Don't take her fault on yourself. If I hadn't married her mother, she would never have had the chance to get close to you in her life, Lu Yuan said with a serious expression. And even if I got married, I should have moved out with them earlier. In short, I left her at home to stir up trouble and almost caused you to lose your life. Song Jining quickly said, Luo Zhelan's mother, Luo Xinxue, has a good relationship with me, but Luo Zhelan is indeed ruthless. Even her own mother could sit back and watch her be killed. Seeing this, Gu Nianji tried to smooth things over and said, President Lu, don't be too modest. You helped my father send me over, so Miss Song's illness would have been cured. You've also contributed to this. Lu Jin became smug and said, That's right, that's right. Boss Lu, let me tell you, without our Nianji, your director Song would have never recovered. Lu Yuan's solemn and handsome face turned slightly red. He was stunned by Lu Jin's, your director Song, and didn't want to retort. Song Jining didn't understand the deeper meaning behind his words. She smiled and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Lu is right. My life was really saved by Nianji. Nianji, it's been hard on you. Donating bone marrow is so painful, but you're still willing to do it. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and reminded him, Xiaoheng, you must be good to Nianji. She's really good to you and to me. Lu Yuan saw that Song Jining didn't object to Lu Jin's words at all. Instead, she agreed that he was right. Therefore, even though he knew that Song Jining didn't notice the true meaning of your director Song, his mood improved like never before. Therefore, he smiled faintly and scooped a bowl of braised shark's fin for Gu Nianji. He said, These dishes are gentle and nourishing. They're very good for a woman's body. Nianji, don't take advantage of your youth. Lu Jin drank the bird's nest soup and muttered to himself, What's wrong with my Nianji's health? She can heal all kinds of injuries on her own. Who cares about your medicinal cuisine? However, in order to eat such good food once a week, he chose to keep his mouth shut against his will and didn't say a single word. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and chuckled. He calmly picked up Gu Nianji's stir-fried porcini mushrooms and told her to eat some vegetarian dishes as well. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious. Lu Yuan was very good at livening up the atmosphere and quietly led everyone's conversation. The dinner was a joyous one. Although Gu Nianji didn't drink, she felt drunk when she left Song Jinning's apartment. After sending Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng off, Lu Yuan and Song Jinning went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. In order to spend more time with Song Jinning, Lu Yuan deliberately didn't use the dishwasher. Song Jinning rarely cooked, and she didn't even remember that there was a dishwasher in her kitchen. Therefore, one of them washed the dishes while the other wiped the dishes with a cloth towel. They casually chatted like a married couple who had been married for many years. This was nothing special to Song Jinning, but to Lu Yuan, it was a scene that he hadn't even dared to dream of in the past few decades. He only wished that there were more dishes so that he could wash them slower. Lu Jin returned to his room alone, turned on his computer, and began to study the scope of the Hong Corporation's business. From the public information on the internet, he learned that the Hong Corporation was just a small auto parts dealer in the early years. However, with the rapid development of the Huaxia Empire's auto manufacturing industry in the past decade, the Hong Corporation invested the money earned from auto parts into auto manufacturing, allowing the company to make a qualitative leap. At one point, it became a large company with an annual output value of billions. However, in recent years, the Hong Corporation's auto sales had begun to decline. The group had decided to diversify its operations and not put all its eggs in one basket. Now, it was a multi-type company that combined catering, entertainment, and manufacturing. In order to go public overseas, the Hong Corporation had placed its chips on alternative energy vehicles, especially the emerging industry of electric vehicles. Compared to the traditional auto industry, the most important thing about electric vehicles was the endurance of the batteries used in the car. At present, all the electric vehicle manufacturers in the world had this specific shortcoming, which was that the cost and effectiveness of the batteries were far from meeting the requirements for commercial use. Simply put, the cost of the batteries used in electric vehicles was too high. They were neither practical nor cheap, so it was impossible to promote them on a large scale. However, the concept of electric vehicles was very popular in the market. Investors and the stock market all recognized this concept as a stock. Lu Jin carefully studied the model and performance of the electric vehicles launched by the Hong Corporation, and especially learned about the patented technology they used. With one look, he realized that the patented technology of the Hong Corporation was all signed by Guo Huaining. This is the first update of today, Chapter 1952, Having the Opposite Sex Without Humanity. The double monthly votes for 10 months have begun. Those who have guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. There are also recommendation votes. P.S. Only reading makes people happy in the journey of life, rewarded 1 million Qidian coins by the leader of the alliance on the 29th. Congratulations to Only Reading Makes People Happy in the Journey of Life for becoming the Silver Alliance leader of Hello, Major General. It is also my first Silver Alliance leader. Thank you to the leader of Wu Ai Hall for the 100,000 Qidian coins on the 29th. Thank you to the leader of Beth 1211 for the 10,000 Qidian coins on the 29th. Today was the third watch, and the second watch was 1:00 in the afternoon. 8:00 in the evening of the third watch. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1964. Lu Jin looked up the patents that Guo Huaining had signed for the Hong Corporation over the years on the internet. He then went to the patent data networks of various countries and had a rough idea. In the other world, Lu Jin had done special research on batteries because the magnetic resonance instrument needed a strong energy supply. The batteries used in electric cars had been a byproduct of his research. However, this kind of battery was not as effective as high-energy magnetic field energy, so it had been abandoned a long time ago. But in this world, it seemed to still be useful. Lu Jin had downloaded the most advanced electric car battery patent technology papers in this world. He read them all night and figured out the effectiveness of the batteries in this world. Then, he looked at the patented technology signed by the Home Corporation and chuckled. The patented technology for electric car batteries in this world could allow electric cars to have 6 to 30 kWh of electricity, and their endurance ranged from 20 kilometers to 200 kilometers. Of course, the higher the battery capacity, the higher the endurance, and the more expensive the battery was. Among all the components of an electric car, the most expensive and important component was the battery, which accounted for at least 37% of the cost of the entire car. If the best graphene lithium battery was used, it could even account for 77% of the cost of the car. Moreover, the battery had to be replaced every 3 years, and the battery would be even more expensive after the replacement. Therefore, in the eyes of people in the automotive industry, electric cars were still just a concept. As for this Guo Huaining, not only did she not have a good eye for people, she also had a bad eye for emerging energy and technology. She was also very petty. The patented technologies that she had signed were indeed very cheap. They could control the cost of the battery to less than 20% of the cost of the entire car, but they were not very useful. Because with these batteries, the electric cars produced by the Home Corporation could only run less than 10 kilometers after a single charge. What was the point? Moreover, when the batteries were replaced in 3 years, the price would double. However, the Home Corporation's publicity would never tell you about this. This was all calculated by Lu Jin using a complicated formula based on the data provided by the public documents of the patented technologies that Guo Huaining had signed. The Home Corporation's current publicity advertisements were all praising the Home Corporation's electric cars for being cheap and having a range that was no different from those more expensive cars. In Lu Jin's opinion, this was blatant false publicity. However, the Home Corporation was a company that was seeking to go public overseas. What was the use of such false publicity? Wouldn't consumers know the difference after driving the car for a day? For example, if you advertise that your electric car has a driving range of 50 kilometers, but the consumer can only drive for less than 10 kilometers and needs to recharge, such an obvious gap, as long as the car owner's IQ is on the line, it will be discovered in minutes. But the problem was that the Home conglomerate had been selling their new electric cars for almost 2 years, and until now, no one had complained about this. Moreover, the sales volume had been steadily increasing. This was a little strange. Lu Jin pondered for a while. Finally, after daybreak, he stretched lazily and came up with an idea. After he went to the bathroom to wash up, he went to the dining room outside to take a look. Sure enough, Lu Yuan was already cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Lu Jin walked over happily and said to Lu Yuan, "Boss Lu, can you lend me some money?" Lu Yuan said without looking back, "Okay, how much do you want?" Lu Jin giggled. "As long as it's enough to buy an electric car." Lu Yuan turned around and looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't I buy a car? I'm not driving it. You can use it anytime. Your car is neither environmentally friendly nor energy efficient. I don't want to drive it." Lu Jin glared at him. "If you don't want to lend it to me, I'll go find Miss Song." Lu Yuan glanced at him. "Wait a minute, I'll transfer the money to you. How much do you want?" Lu Jin said a number, which was just enough to buy the best and most expensive electric car produced by the Home Corporation. This number was equivalent to 2 years' salary for an ordinary working class, but it wasn't a lot of money for Lu Yuan. Because Hu Xiaoheng had already returned his share of the fund's income to him. Lu Yuan was now a well-to-do. He nodded. "Wait for me for a while." Turning off the fire, Lu Yuan went back to his room and transferred a sum of money to Lu Jin's bank account with his phone. Of course, it was twice as much as Lu Jin wanted to borrow. Lu Jin heard his phone ring and realized that the mobile bank account had already been transferred in. The amount was twice as much as he wanted to borrow. He didn't refuse. He smiled and thanked him, then sat down and hurriedly had breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Jin left Song Jinning's apartment alone. He called a taxi and went to a 4S store owned by the Hong Corporation to buy a car. The Hong Corporation was an automobile manufacturer. At the same time, they also ran some 4S stores that sold directly to the public. Because they had started out by producing auto parts, they were familiar with running a 4S store. This 4S store was located near a large shopping mall in the 5th Ring Road of the imperial capital. It was spacious and bustling with people. There were more people than the big shopping mall next to it. On the side of the Hong Corporation's electric car, there were even more people shopping and test driving. The trendy men and women in the imperial capital were now proud of driving the Hong Corporation's cool electric cars. Moreover, the price of this car was much cheaper than other electric cars, and its functions were about the same. Therefore, it attracted a wider range of consumers. Lu Jin waited for 2 hours before he had the chance to test drive it. He picked the Hong Corporation's most expensive electric car. The sales staff at the 4S store immediately looked at him in a new light and sent someone to accompany him to choose the car and test drive. After walking around the place a few times and choosing the style, color, and interior, Lu Jin immediately placed a deposit and wanted to pick up the car next week. The sales staff at the 4S store agreed immediately and signed a car sale contract with him. It was already noon when Lu Jin went out. He thought about it for a moment, then called a taxi to the Hong Corporation hotel where Gu Nianji had eaten yesterday for lunch. At that moment, Guo Huining was waiting for Zhang Baochen to come for lunch in the newly opened hotel-style apartment in the imperial capital. She looked at her watch. 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time, but Zhang Baochen still hadn't come. Guo Huining frowned imperceptibly. She looked down on Zhang Baochen's family from the bottom of her heart, but this person was grandfather Huo's biological son. Even if he was an illegitimate child, he was still grandfather Huo's biological son. At least he was better than Gu Nianji, his granddaughter-in-law who hadn't even married yet. Guo Huining only hoped that she could make it up to the Huo family elsewhere. That way, she wouldn't have to look at Gu Nianji's face. Moreover, the only way to suppress Huo Xiaoheng was through grandfather Hua and Huo Guanchen. This Zhang Baochen was just a springboard for her. Thinking of this, Guo Huining waited patiently for another half an hour before Zhang Baochen finally arrived. He was wearing an ordinary gray jacket. He was very thin, and his hair was sparse. He looked decent, but when he looked at people, he was a little timid, as if he was very uncomfortable. Guo Huining smiled slightly and immediately became more dignified. She nodded politely at Zhang Baochen, stood up, and reached out her hand gracefully. Mr. Zhang, I'm Guo Huining, the director of the Hong Corporation's legal department. Nice to meet you. This was the second reward for today, Chapter 1953, This is a Little Strange. The double monthly votes for October would be 7 days before the beginning of the month. Those who have guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. P.S. 50,000 Chidian dollars for Fish G. July's reward has been sent. At 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1965. Hello, Director Guo. Zhang Baochen shook Guo Huining's hand twice, and then sat down under the guidance of the waiter. Guo Huining observed Zhang Baochen carefully and realized that he didn't pay much attention to the luxurious furnishings. He was a man who had seen the world. She couldn't help but put away her disdain and treat Zhang Baochen with more respect. Mr. Zhang, I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Guo Huining smiled as she passed the menu over. Let's order first and talk after we're full. Zhang Baochen flipped through the menu and passed it back. Please order, Director Guo. I'm not familiar with this place. Guo Huining didn't refuse. She took the menu and ordered the dishes. Then, she asked someone to bring a pot of good tea. Soon, the dishes were ready. The two ate for a while before they started chatting again. Gua Huaining smiled and asked, Mr. Zhang, how is your father's illness now? Zhang Baochun's expression darkened. He said quietly, it's still the same. The military hospital can't cure it. Can't he be cured? Gua Huaining raised an eyebrow. I heard that there are many capable people in the military hospital. Did they not send the best doctor to treat grandfather Hua? They probably wouldn't do that. Zhang Baochun mused. With my second brother around, they wouldn't dare. Your second brother? Gua Huaining immediately seized the opportunity and asked with concern, your second brother is? Zhang Baochun glanced at her. My second brother, Hua Guanchen, is now a general. Oh, right. Look at my bad memory. Gua Huaining slapped her forehead and smiled guiltily. Who doesn't know General Hua Guanchen's name? Who doesn't know him? Zhang Baochun laughed. Director Gua, you're pretending to hire me. You really want to build a relationship with my second brother, right? He didn't know what Gua Huaining was up to before, but when he saw her eyes light up at the mention of Hua Guanchen's name, he understood. Gua Huaining scoffed and filled Zhang Baochun's glass with a smile. That's where you're wrong, I really did come to look for you. Oh. It was Zhang Baochun's turn to be confused. He looked at Gua Huaining suspiciously. Looking for me? I'm penniless now, and I don't have a formal job either. Why are you looking for me? Of course it's for grandfather Hua's illness. Gua Huaining saw that it was about time and said bluntly, Mr. Zhang, say something. Do you want grandfather Hua to wake up from his vegetative state? Of course. Zhang Baochun blurted out. This had been his biggest wish for the past 1.5 years. He had even gone to the temple to pray to the Bodhisattva. As long as his father could wake up, he could shorten his lifespan by 10 years. But that's impossible. Zhang Baochun shook his head sadly and said dejectedly, even the best doctor in the military, Chen Lai, said that my father wouldn't wake up. Gua Huaining knew who Chen Lai was. She cleared her throat and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. She smiled meaningfully. Chen Lai. I'm quite familiar with this person. I heard that he's Mr. Hua's close friend and only listens to him, is that right? She had actually gotten this information from Hong Ziki. Hong Ziki had also heard it from Shui Jingjiang, so it couldn't be wrong. Zhang Baochun blinked and didn't deny it. He said doubtfully, that's true. But he hadn't considered that if Chen Lai was lying, would his father's illness not be that serious? No buts. Gua Huaining put down her wine glass. I heard it from Ziki. She saw that Zhang Baochun didn't react to the name Ziki, so she explained, my fiancé, Hong Ziki, is the eldest young master of the Hong family. He's the favorite great-grandson of the ancestors. Oh, I remember now. Zhang Baochun nodded. Then does he know something? No, you've misunderstood. Gua Huaining quickly explained, actually, he only knows that Chen Lai is Hua Xiao's good friend. The rest is just my guess. Please don't take offense if I said something wrong. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment. She downed 3 shots of Mao Tai without batting an eyelid. She could hold her liquor well. Zhang Baochun's impression of her improved when he saw that she could drink. He raised his glass and clinked glasses with hers. Director Gua, just tell me what you mean. I'll help if I can, but there's nothing I can do if I can't. He was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He couldn't even protect himself, so he couldn't think of any way he could help Gua Huaining. Gua Huaining took a tissue and printed it on her lips. She smiled. Mr. Zhang is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Here's the thing, I have a friend who knows Dr. Tony. He's the best neurologist in the United States. He's currently lecturing at B University. If you agree, I'll get someone to invite him over to help Grandfather Hua. He might have a way to cure Grandfather Hua. I heard that Grandfather Hua's vegetative state isn't serious. He might wake up. What do you think? What? Can he really be cured? Zhang Baochun's eyes lit up. He was invigorated. Director Gua, are you serious? Why are you so nice to us? Gua Huining choked. Of course, there's a price for being nice to you guys, but she couldn't mention this price now. She smiled and waved her hand. Dr. Tony's incident was just a coincidence. I heard that you've been visiting Grandfather Hua at the hospital for the past year and a half. I'm guessing that you really want him to wake up, right? Of course. Do you really have a way? Zhang Baochun knew that Gua Huining wasn't someone who didn't ask for anything in return for doing good, but he couldn't care less. As long as Grandfather Hua could wake up, he wouldn't hesitate to pay a hefty price. If Mr. Zhang can help and let Dr. Tony examine Grandfather Hua personally, the chances of Grandfather Hua waking up are quite high. Gua Huining said tactfully. But the problem now is that Dr. Tony can't go to the military hospital's ICU. That kind of place wasn't even accessible to the average Huaxia citizen, let alone foreigners. Zhang Baochun's heart was pounding. He looked at Gua Huining as if she was his savior. He almost patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Director Gua. I'll find a way to get father out of the military hospital." That's good. Gua Huining had achieved her goal. She smiled and nodded. It won't be too much trouble, right? Of course not. Zhang Baochun denied. I wanted to get father out a long time ago. It's just that the conditions outside aren't as good as the military hospital, and there aren't any suitable doctors, so I didn't do anything. What a pity. If you had gotten Grandfather Hua out earlier, he might have recovered a long time ago. Gua Huining tried to insinuate that he was the one who had done something to Grandfather Hua, which was why he had been in a vegetative state. Zhang Baochun understood what she was implying and was confused. Was it really Xiaoheng's doing? How could he be so evil? Zhang Baochun thought angrily, but still didn't dare to face Xiaoheng directly. He said timidly, "Let's not talk about this. If Director Guo really has a way, I can get father out and transfer him to a normal hospital." "Okay, then transfer him to this private hospital," Gua Huining said as she placed a name card of a private hospital in front of Zhang Baochun. "If you transfer as soon as possible, we'll be able to cure Grandfather Hua's illness as soon as possible." Zhang Baochun was overjoyed. He received the name card with both hands and thanked her profusely. "Thank you, Director Gua." "Thank you, Director Gua." Gua Huining nodded with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, I have my own selfish motives. But I'm not in a hurry. We can talk about me when Grandfather Hua wakes up." "No problem, no problem." Zhang Baochun agreed immediately. "As long as my father wakes up, any condition is not a problem." In fact, Zhang Baochun was only truly relieved when Gua Huining expressed her own selfish motives. As long as the other party had a request, he wasn't afraid of Gua Huining messing with him. And as long as his father could wake up, their situation would be completely different. He wouldn't have to worry about Gua Huining messing with him then. The two of them quickly discussed the details of the transfer. Gua Huining pretended not to care and reminded him. "But if Grandfather Hua wants to transfer, doesn't he have to get General Hua Guanchun's approval?" "He's fine. As long as I convince him, he'll definitely agree." Zhang Baochun was full of confidence. "Just wait for my good news." Lu Jin was sitting in the lobby of the Hong Corporation Hotel having lunch. He casually ordered a few dishes and ate slowly. He felt that the taste was very average, but the legendary signature dish was indeed good. He finished the entire plate of dishes by himself before standing up lazily to pay the bill. He had only sat for a while before he had already hacked into the hotel's surveillance system and found the surveillance video related to Nyenji yesterday. This was today's third watch, chapter 1954, Wait for my good news. The double monthly votes for October would be 7 days before the beginning of the month. Those who have guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were also very important. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1966. The surveillance cameras in the Hong Corporation Hotel only had video recordings and no audio. However, Lu Jin had learned lip reading before. He could roughly guess what the other party was saying from the angle of their lips opening and closing, their facial expressions, and the movements of their tongues in the surveillance video. However, the angle of the surveillance was not very good, because there were large patches of green plants in the corner to create a private atmosphere, and also to block part of the surveillance range of the camera. Lu Jin could only see half of the people's facial expressions and the direction their lips were moving. But even with these people, he understood the whole story. It was exactly as Hu Xiaoheng had said. Nothing increased or decreased. It was very difficult for Lu Jin to admire a person, but Hu Xiaoheng gradually gained Lu Jin's respect and approval in his own professional field, just like Lu Yuan. After confirming that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't exaggerating, Lu Jin felt even worse about Gu Nianji's experience. At one point, he even wondered if his decision was wrong. If Gu Nianji had married Hu Xiaoheng earlier and let the whole world know that Gu Nianji was Hu Xiaoheng's wife, then no one would look down on her like this and think that she could be sacrificed at any time, right? Although it was just a small matter like a reserved seat, in Lu Jin's heart, it concerned his daughter's personality and dignity. He hadn't given Gu Nianji a carefree and harmless childhood. In order to make up for it, he had to work harder than an ordinary father. He wanted his daughter's future path to be incomparably broad and smooth. Lu Jin silently downloaded the surveillance video to his phone and went to check the surveillance video from other parts of the lobby that day. He also saw that the two girls, Guo Huining and Do Ayan, had gone up to the second floor, but when they saw Hu Xiaoheng come down, they quickly hid. Hu Xiaoheng didn't see them, and they didn't go upstairs after Hu Xiaoheng came down. Instead, they returned to their reserved seats and called their other two friends from the investment bank over. Lu Jin snorted coldly as he watched them chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. For the next week, Lu Jin lived a routine life. After breakfast, he video-called Gu Nianji for a while to talk about what had happened the day before and what he had to do that day. If Gu Nianji was interested, she would come to Lu Jin's apartment and work with him. If she was busy, Lu Jin would continue his research. However, most of the time, he was called by Song Jining to the Institute of High Energy Physics to teach her graduate students and researchers. Lu Jin had already been hired by Song Jining as a visiting professor at the Institute of High Energy Physics. He had an official title, a salary, and complete benefits. Lu Yuan was very supportive of Lu Jin's lecture at the Institute of High Energy Physics. This way, he could take the opportunity to deliver food to Lu Jin and also give Song Jining a meticulously prepared delicacy. Song Jining had spent the past 18 years in pain. Although she had returned to normal with the help of Gu Nianji's bone marrow, her previously out-of-control nervous system still needed to be repaired and nurtured. The guilt in Lu Yuan's heart was unparalleled, but he never said a word. Song Jining thought that she was basking in Lu Jin's glory. After eating for a few days, her mouth became more and more stubborn. Occasionally, when she went to the cafeteria for breakfast, she actually felt like she couldn't swallow it. It was Friday, and Lu Yuan went to deliver lunch to Lu Jin a little late. Song Jining did not eat breakfast. She had been waiting for Lu Yuan to deliver the food. In the end, her stomach was rumbling with hunger, but Lu Yuan still had not arrived. She was so hungry that her blood sugar was about to drop. She sat listlessly in front of the experiment bench, her mind conflicted. She was wondering if she should go to the cafeteria to buy lunch. In the end, hunger won over everything. Just as she got up to go to the cafeteria, Lu Yuan finally arrived. As soon as he entered, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little late today. I received a call before I left, so I have to rush out later. I only cooked a few simple dishes. You guys eat first. I'll cook a big meal when I get back tonight." Song Jining immediately took the food box and said with a smile, "You're finally here. I'm about to faint from hunger." Lu Yuan, although he had said that he was late, it was only half an hour later than his usual delivery time. Why was he so hungry that he fainted? He looked up at Song Jining's laboratory and did not see Lu Jin. He asked calmly, "Where's Lu Jin?" Song Jining opened her food box and said as she took out the food, "He's still doing the experiment. He said he'll have lunch after the results are out." It was obvious that Lu Jin wasn't hungry yet. Why was Song Jining so hungry? Lu Yuan looked at his watch and asked without batting an eyelid, "Director Song, what did you have for breakfast?" Song Jining put a mouthful of fried rice into her mouth and chewed in satisfaction. After swallowing, she said, "I was too busy this morning, so I didn't have time to eat." Lu Yuan, it looked like he would have to ask Lu Jin to bring 2 breakfasts over from next week. Lu Yuan made a mental note and said, "Then I'll leave first. After you finish eating, put the food box in the fridge. I'll bring it back to wash tonight." "It's fine. I'll wash it while I'm at it." Song Jining was in a good mood as she ate. She waved her hand at Lu Yuan. "You go ahead. I'll give this lunch to Professor Lu." Lu Yuan didn't say anything else. He smiled at her and turned to leave the Institute of High Energy Physics. After getting into the car, he sped all the way to the Military General Hospital. Ever since he came back, he hadn't been to this place even once. He knew that his father, Hu Xuanong, had become a vegetable and was being treated here. But he didn't want to see his father at all. Moreover, his surname was no longer Hua. Legally speaking, Hu Xuanong had nothing to do with him. However, the law was the law. There was no doubt that he was Hu Xuanong's biological son. Today, Hu Guanchen had taken the initiative to call him and told him to come to the Military General Hospital to see his father. He said that he had something important to discuss with him. In fact, Zhang Baochen had called Hu Guanchen and told him to transfer to someone else to try and treat Hu Xuanong. Hu Guanchen didn't mind Zhang Baochen's reason, but he said that he needed to think about it for the time being and would give Zhang Baochen an answer in 2 days. If Hu Guanchen didn't agree, Zhang Baochen wouldn't be able to make the decision alone to take Hu Xuanong out of the Military General Hospital. Hu Guanchen also believed that since Hu Guanyuan was back, his father was also involved. Therefore, this kind of matter needed to be discussed by the 3 brothers before deciding. Of course, because of Hu Guanyuan's special identity, Hu Guanchen was still vigilant. He didn't tell Zhang Baochen that Hu Guanyuan had returned. He only said that he needed to think about it, but in fact, he called Lu Yuan and asked him to come to the Military General Hospital to meet Grandfather Hua. Lu Yuan thought about it for a long time before deciding to come and see Hu Xuanong. For no other reason than to see what had happened to this man. Just like Hu Xiaoheng, he wasn't an emotional person. In fact, the most important characteristic of people who worked on the special front was calmness. It was an extraordinary calmness, a calmness that transcended the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Another important characteristic was decisiveness. Decisiveness without any sloppiness. After a long time like this, their feelings would be hidden very deeply. Sometimes, they would even be so deep that they wouldn't be able to detect it. Lu Yuan parked the car in the parking lot of the Military General Hospital and went to the place where he had agreed to meet Hu Guanchen, which was Hu Xuanong's ward. Because it was Friday, the nurse Huo Guanchen hired had just left. Huo Guanchen sat alone in grandfather Huo's ward, lost in thought. The door of the ward was open, and Lu Yuan knocked on the door. Huo Guanchen turned around and saw that it was Lu Yuan. He nodded at him and said, "Brother, you're here." Lu Yuan strolled in and said aloofly, "I told you, my surname is Lu. I'm not your brother." Huo Guanchen smiled bitterly and turned to look at Huo Xuanong, who was lying motionless on the hospital bed. He said, "Okay, Lu Yuan. Look at your father. We haven't seen each other for 18 years. Do you really not miss him at all?" Lu Yuan thought to himself that decades ago, after he found out that Huo Xuanong and his head nurse had an illegitimate child, he no longer had any father-son feelings for Huo Xuanong. Now, he had to say that he missed him. Even if he was on a mission, he might not be able to say such words that went against his conscience. Lu Yuan put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned against the windowsill nonchalantly. He said, "I have too many things to think about. My brain capacity is limited, so I'll temporarily exclude irrelevant people." "Our father is irrelevant." Huo Guanchen turned around in shock and glared at Lu Yuan. "You weren't like this back then. Where have you been for the past 18 years? How did you become like this? Where was his gentle, magnanimous, and kind older brother?" He had always refused to accept the older brother who had a big argument with him a few days ago. He even thought that his older brother was just saying those words out of anger. When he was in a better mood, the two brothers would definitely be able to let bygones be bygones. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and looked at Huo Guanchen expressionlessly. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Why did you call me here?" Huo Guanchen racked his brains and tried to find something to say. "Zhang Baochen is our third brother." He said, "Shut up." Lu Yuan stopped him calmly but firmly. "I don't have a third brother. I only have a second brother. His name is Lu Jin." At this moment, he didn't even recognize Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen was speechless for a moment, and he became angry from embarrassment. He stood up and pointed at Lu Yuan. "Whether you admit it or not, you're my older brother. My biological older brother." He then pointed at Huo Xuanong, who was lying motionless on the hospital bed. "He's also his son. His biological son." Lu Yuan put down his arms and stood up straight. He smiled alienatedly. "No, your biological older brother, his biological son, died 18 years ago. Now, the person standing in front of you is another person. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth." Huo Guanchen was suffocated by Lu Yuan's aura. Lu Yuan put his hands back in his trouser pockets and turned to leave Huo Xuanong's ward. Huo Guanchen's hands trembled. Words rolled in his chest, but he couldn't say them. He knew that General Ji and the others had already approved Lu Yuan's change of name. This kind of thing was also a common practice for people in Lu Yuan's industry. But he just didn't want to. He knew better than anyone what Lu Yuan was going to do once he completely gave up his identity as Huo Guanyuan. Looking at Lu Yuan's receding figure, Huo Guanchen shouted, "Big brother. Do you really think no one can control you?" Lu Yuan heard his shout, but he had no intention of stopping. He continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Seeing the old man on the hospital bed, his heart really didn't waver at all, and he didn't want to laugh. He just felt calm and indifferent, as if he was seeing a stranger. As for Huo Guanchen's intense reaction, it was also within Lu Yuan's expectations. However, he didn't care. He didn't want to care anymore. Huo Guanchen stood alone in Huo Xuanong's ward until it was dark. The nurse came in for ward rounds and turned on the lights. Only then did he come back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. Picking up his phone, he walked to the corridor and dialed Zhang Baochen's number. "Is this Baochen?" All right, I agree. Help my father transfer to another hospital. The worst-case scenario for her father would be the same as now. From Huo Guangchen's point of view, there was no worse outcome than this, so why not let Zhang Baochen try? Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1955, A Ray of Hope. The double monthly vote for 10 months has begun. Dear friends, if you have a guaranteed monthly vote, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, Guild Master Helen 3500 Meatball, for the 10,000 Chidian coins on the 30th of September. Thanks to the Alliance Master Enigma Anxi for tipping me 10,000 starting coins yesterday. Thank you, Heavenly Candy Alliance Master, for tipping me 10,000 starting coins yesterday. Today is the second watch period. The second watch period is 8 p.m. Tomorrow we will continue at the third watch. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1967. Even the best doctor at the Military General Hospital, Chen Lai, said that Hu Xuanong was hopeless. However, Huo Guangchen thought of Zhang Baochen's hint that Chen Lai was Hu Xiaoheng's direct descendant. How could his son be so bold as to leave his own grandfather in the lurch? Huo Guangchen's expression darkened. After the call, Huo Guangchen signed the discharge consent form and left the Military General Hospital. Not long after he left, Zhang Baochen arrived at the Military General Hospital in a spacious black van. After completing the procedures, he picked up grandfather Hu Xuanong. Only his two sons could decide whether Hu Xuanong would be discharged or not. Huo Guangchen signed, and Zhang Baochen also signed, so the Military General Hospital could only let him go. Chen Lai received a call from the Military General Hospital saying that grandfather Hu had been taken out of the hospital by his son. It was already 8:00 on Friday night. Taken away. Where did he go? Chen Lai had finished dinner and was reading a document in his office when he received a call from his own people from the Military General Hospital. He was shocked. He was taken to a private hospital. The person on the other end of the phone was Chen Lai's assistant, who he and Hu Xiaoheng had placed there to monitor Hu Xuanong's condition. Although Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to pay attention to grandfather Hu, he wouldn't leave him alone. Of course, basic personal safety had to be ensured, but that was as far as it went. Chen Lai thought for a moment and said, "Report the name and send me the list of grandfather Hu's new attending doctors." His assistant agreed and put down the phone to send a message to Chen Lai. Chen Lai dialed Hu Xiaoheng's number again. Hu Xiaoheng answered the phone after a while. He was having dinner with Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, and Song Jining at Song Jining's apartment. It was still a feast, and it was a feast that was even more meticulously prepared than last week. Gu Nianji was eating happily and didn't notice Hu Xiaoheng leave the dining room and go to the balcony to answer the phone. "You said Zhang Baochen took grandfather Hu away?" Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly with his Bluetooth headset on. Then General Hu also signed. Without both Zhang Baochen and Huo Guangchen's signatures, the Military General Hospital wouldn't have discharged Hu Xuanong. "Yes, I checked the records of the Army General Hospital. They're all signed," Chen Lai said, confused. "They can't even cure me. What are they trying to do?" Hu Xiaoheng looked down and thought about it for a while. He smiled faintly and said, "They don't believe you. They think you didn't do your best to save them." "How is that possible?" Chen Lai exclaimed, feeling wronged. "Am I that kind of person? It doesn't matter what kind of person you are. What matters is what kind of person they think you are." Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the balcony railing and looked at the bright lights of the imperial capital under the night sky. His expression gradually relaxed. "Forget it. Don't worry about it. They could do whatever they wanted to. Anyway, he's his biological father. But it really can't be cured. Chen Lai pounded the desk hard and said hatefully, "Why didn't I try my best?" "Because you are on my side, they naturally think that you will listen to me and purposely not save the old man." Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. How can you expect these people to have normal empathy and compassion when they judge others by their own standards? Chen Lai bared his teeth and waved one hand in the air. He was extremely angry, but he didn't know how to vent it. After complaining for a while, he asked, "Major General Hua, what are you doing? Where's Nianji? I haven't seen her in a long time. It's only been less than a week." "Why hasn't it been a long time?" Hua Xiaoheng turned around and walked towards the dining room. "We're having dinner at Ms. Song's place." "I want to eat too," Chen Lai shouted righteously. "Wait for me. I'll be right there." He was in a bad mood after being questioned about his professional ethics. He urgently needed food to soothe him. Before he arrived at Song Jinning's apartment, he thought that Hua Xiaoheng would personally cook. Because Song Jinning and Gu Nianji, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, weren't good at cooking. Song Jinning might be better. As a genius physicist, she could still do well as long as she was willing to learn. Gu Nianji was different. Her genius seemed to have a flaw and shortcoming in cooking. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't learn. However, when he arrived at Song Jinning's apartment, Chen Lai realized that he was very wrong. It wasn't Hua Xiaoheng who cooked, but the food was even better than Hua Xiaoheng's. He sat on the other side of Hua Xiaoheng and buried his head in the food. He didn't even see the way Lu Jin looked at him. It was almost benevolent. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and whispered to Lu Jin, who was sitting next to her, "Dad, this is Dr. Chen Lai, our national miracle doctor." Lu Jin scoffed. "This fatty. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought he was a chef." Chen Lai heard this and looked up at Lu Jin. However, he didn't have the time to speak and only rolled his eyes. Because his mouth was too busy, he couldn't bear to speak. After the meal, Chen Lai slumped on the sofa and chatted with Gu Nianji as if he was digesting his food. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin sat on the sofa opposite him. The father and daughter smiled and looked at him quietly. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes and talked about grandfather Hua. Song Jinning went back to the study to deal with some official documents. There were only Gu Nianji, Lu Jin, and Chen Lai in the living room. Chen Lai saw that they were all on the same side, so he spoke more unscrupulously. He rubbed his stomach and said weakly, "Nianji, did you know that B*tch Zhang Baochen took grandfather Hua out of the hospital today?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and cut a dragon fruit with a knife. She mixed it with fine white sugar powder and placed it in front of Chen Lai. "Zhang Baochen took him out of the hospital?" General Hua also agreed. Of course he agreed. Otherwise, how could he have been discharged? Do you think our military general hospital is a vegetable market? Chen Lai rolled his eyes again. Why was he discharged? Has grandfather Hua recovered? Gu Nianji asked casually out of pure curiosity. Recovered my ass. Chen Lai snorted. He's still in a vegetative state. They didn't believe me. They thought I didn't do my best to save him. Brother Chen, I believe you. Gu Nianji sat over and picked up a piece of dragon fruit with a small fork. Come, Brother Chen, eat some fruit. Chen Lai complained that he couldn't eat anymore. He opened his mouth and ate the dragon fruit that Gu Nianji had specially prepared for him. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and chewed. Lu Jin watched in amusement for a long time before asking, "Who are you talking about?" Gu Nianji. Chen Lai didn't open his eyes and said in distress, "Grandfather Hua is Major General Hua's grandfather." Oh. Lu Jin thought that it was Lu Yuan, Hua Guanyuan's biological father. Strange, Lu Yuan didn't say a word about asking Lu Jin to treat his father. Was it because Lu Jin wasn't good enough, or was it because he couldn't lift the scalpel? What's grandfather Hua's illness? Lu Jin asked casually. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and suddenly thought of this question. She looked at Lu Jin, then at Chen Lai, and whispered, "Brother Qin, my father also has some insights into medicine. Do you want to talk to my father about grandfather Hua's illness?" Chen Lai opened his eyes and said in confusion, "Isn't Mr. Lu a physicist? Is he also a doctor?" Gu Nianji really wanted to say that her father was a double Nobel Prize winner in physics and biology. He was also a double PhD in biology and medicine from Harvard University. How could he not understand? But she couldn't say that, because there was a list of winners for such awards. In this world, Gu Xiangwen was a low-profile and invisible existence. She had never won these awards. Once she said it, Chen Lai would definitely think that she was bragging. But once Lu Jin showed his skills, Chen Lai would fall into deep suspicion. So Gu Nianji changed the topic rationally. She smiled and said, "My father is an all-rounder, and he used to study medicine." Chen Lai snorted, but now was the time for him to complain to someone, and Hua Xuanong's illness wasn't a secret, so he kept talking to Lu Jin. Lu Jin listened attentively and roughly understood Hua Xuanong's illness. Although he was in a vegetative state, it wasn't a very serious vegetative state, and he still had some knowledge of the outside world. However, this kind of knowledge wasn't enough to wake him up. With the level of medical development in this world, a vegetative case like Hua Xuanong's was indeed impossible to cure. If he could wake up naturally, the probability of him having a medium to special grade 2 color ball was close to zero. Tell me, am I, Chen Lai, that kind of person? Why didn't I do my best to treat him? Let me tell you, I'll even save a murderer who commits suicide before sending him to the execution ground. Chen Lai shouted angrily with a flushed face. Lu Jin looked at him calmly and said seriously, "Yes, I believe you did your best to treat him. With your current level, you can only make him half dead. It's not your fault." Chen Lai was so choked by Lu Jin that he almost suffocated to death on the sofa. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1956, Measuring Others by Oneself. The double monthly tickets for October would be on the 7th day of the month. Those who have guaranteed monthly tickets, hurry up and vote. Don't wait until the end of the month. And recommendation tickets. We'll continue with the third watch tomorrow. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1968. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and pressed Chen Lai's chest to calm his breathing. She whispered, "Brother Qin, don't worry about it. He's already been discharged from the hospital anyway. It has nothing to do with you and me." She hated grandfather Hua even more than Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanqin. It was this person who had wholeheartedly protected Luo Zhelan, who wanted her life. He had even supported Luo Zhelan's fake marriage with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji didn't think she was a magnanimous person, nor was she a saint. She still couldn't forgive the father and son. Of course, they hadn't asked for her forgiveness, so she wouldn't forgive them. Chen Lai lay on the sofa moaning. He couldn't breathe and was about to cry. Lu Jin looked at him with an amused expression. After a while, he said, "Do you have grandfather Hua's medical record? I'll see if I can treat it when I'm free." Gu Nianji, Chen Lai. He almost sat up from the sofa like a fat carp. His eyes suddenly widened into two small lanterns. "You can really treat it?" Gu Nianji punched Chen Lai and frowned. "What do you mean by, you?" "I'm talking about you." Chen Lai followed her advice and quickly changed his tone. "Professor Lu, can you really treat it?" "I said show me his medical record to see if I can treat it." "Which one of your ears heard me say that I can definitely treat it?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes and looked arrogantly at the ceiling of the living room. Chen Lai chuckled and took out his phone. I'll pull up his medical record right away. His non-secure information was stored in the cloud, so Grandfather Hua's medical record was quickly pulled up. Lu Jin asked him to put the information on his computer and took Chen Lai to his room to analyze Grandfather Hua's condition. Gu Nianji was very curious and followed him in. On the desk in Lu Jin's room, two huge computer screens showed Grandfather Hua's medical record, some X-rays, and CT scans. Lu Jin held the mouse and quickly flipped through Grandfather Hua's medical record while using another computer screen to look at the X-rays and CT scans. Chen Lai stood respectfully beside him and kept pointing at the data and images on the computer screen as he explained Grandfather Hua's condition to Lu Jin. The cause that we can find is that the cerebral vessels were mostly blocked by blood clots after the stroke. At that time, we quickly used minimally invasive surgery to clear the blood clot in his brain, but he didn't wake up. Instead, he became a vegetable. Lu Jin carefully looked at the comparison before and after Hua Xuanong's cerebral vascular surgery. He shook his head regretfully and said, "Your minimally invasive surgery skills aren't up to standard, but it's not your fault. Your equipment only has this ability. This surgery is already very good, but it still can't completely remove the cerebral thrombosis." Chen Lai quickly said, "So you mean it's still a problem of cerebral thrombosis? Then we can continue to give him drugs to clear away cerebral thrombosis." "No." Lu Jin shook his head and pressed the mouse to point at a spot in Hua Xuanong's CT scan image. He gradually clicked to enlarge it. "See this? Although there are still remnants of thrombosis in his cerebral vessels, it's not very serious. It's not a problem of cerebral thrombosis, but here. What's this?" Gu Nianji craned her neck to look at the computer screen, but still couldn't see any dangerous lesions. Lu Jin explained to her carefully, "This is a central nerve cell in the brain. Grandfather Hua became a vegetable mainly because of the damage to his central nerve cells. If you think of the brain as a network system, then these nervous systems are the network cables. Only the network cables can connect and coordinate the various functions of the brain and play a full role. If the network cables are broken, the brain's functions won't be able to coordinate. It will lose its autonomous consciousness and become a plant-like existence. If the nervous system is damaged, then the network cables are broken. Therefore, to restore a vegetable's autonomous consciousness, we have to repair the nervous system, which means we have to connect the network cables." Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. She wanted to give Lu Jin a thumbs up and praise him for saying a good job. Even an outsider like her understood the profound in simple terms. Chen Lai's face darkened as he listened. In the end, he interrupted Lu Jin and said, "We all know that a vegetable is because the brain's nervous system is damaged, but the point is that the nervous system itself is so complicated that it's no simpler than the brain's own function. That's easy for you to say, but central nerve cells can't be regenerated. So once the nervous system is damaged, who can really repair it? We can only hope that the patient's own ability to repair it. It's just like buying a lottery ticket by chance. The person who wins the double-colored ball jackpot is only one in a few million. Or even one in a few 100 million. Therefore, many of the vegetative patients who woke up did wake up on their own and were not awakened by doctors' surgeries." Lu Jin proudly patted the mouse. "So I'll show you a few tricks and teach you how to wake up a vegetable." "Chen Lai, you're really not bragging." His face was full of suspicion. "Are you going to use a few death row prisoners to practice?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes at him. "You're the one who's using death row prisoners to practice. Your whole family uses death row prisoners to practice." Chen Lai scratched his head and thought to himself that he had really used death row prisoners to practice, but that was to save the life of a death row prisoner, not to use a death row prisoner as an experiment. It was just that he had never done that surgery before, and neither had anyone else. Gu Nianji said hesitantly. But Grandfather Hua has already been taken away by his illegitimate son. How can he perform the surgery? Who said I'm going to perform surgery on Grandfather Hua? Lu Jin laughed. I'm a person who distinguishes between kindness and grudges. Even if he could save him, he wouldn't. Was he going to make trouble for his girl after he woke up? TSK. Lu Jin pursed his lips disdainfully and asked Chen Lai, do you still have vegetative patients in your hospital? It's best if they're vegetative patients who have been in a coma for many years and are already waiting to die. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Lai's eyes lit up. Our hospital does have a few such vegetative patients. However, they've already signed the body donation agreement and are just waiting. Lu Jin waved his hand at him. Show me the information. I'll pick one and take you to perform a central nervous cell repair surgery. Chen Lai rubbed his hands excitedly. Oh my God! How can I do that? As he spoke, he had already picked up his phone to search for the vegetative patients in the hospital. He pulled up the information of 5 patients, and Lu Jin picked out a young man at a glance. He had been in a vegetative state for 6 years, and his parents had been taking care of him. They had even said that they would donate all their family property to the hospital. They only hoped that after they passed away, the hospital would continue to take care of the child until he died a normal death. The child had been asleep from the age of 12 until he was 18. At this age, Lu Jin felt compassion for him. Moreover, he was still young, so it would be easier for him to recover. Chen Lai was overjoyed and immediately went to contact the patient's family to complete the various procedures. Because this kind of surgery was experimental in nature, the family had to agree and sign a disclaimer agreement. If the surgery failed, it would be considered a sacrifice for science. It was impossible to use this opportunity to blackmail the hospital. Of course, the family of a person who was so sick that they were almost in despair. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up, and they would not think of using their families' lives to blackmail the hospital. Therefore, as soon as Chen Lai contacted the patient's parents, the parents immediately agreed and quickly came to the hospital to sign the consent form. The surgery was scheduled for next Friday. A week passed quickly, and it was Friday again. Gu Nianji waited anxiously outside the operating theater. She was even more nervous than the patient's family. This was the first surgery that her father, Lu Jin, had performed in this world. It was extremely important to her and to this world. Hua Xiaoheng stayed by her side and didn't say anything. He sat alone on the windowsill of the corridor. His long legs were on the ground, almost blocking half of the way. Gu Nianji rubbed her fists and paced back and forth in the corridor. Song Jining and Lu Yuan had also come. They were also very curious about today's situation. Lu Yuan asked quietly. Director Song, what do you think the chances of Lu Jin's surgery succeeding are? Song Jining whispered, I don't know medicine, but I know that Professor Lu has been in the hospital since last night. He said that he wants to cultivate the central nerve cells first. Lu Yuan, she had used Lu Jin's knowledge of biological genes again. Yes, central nerve cells could not divide and replicate on their own, much less regenerate. They were basically synchronized with a person's lifespan. Many brain-related diseases were caused by problems with central nerve cells and could not be treated at all. However, Lu Jin was a rare genius in biological genes. He could even construct a perfect gene like Gu Nianji, let alone replicate central nerve cells. If it weren't for the fact that cultivating central nerve cells required a certain amount of time, Lu Jin would have been able to perform the surgery a few days ago. Chen Lai hadn't left Lu Jin's side for the entire week. Looking at his skillful method of cultivating cells, Chen Lai felt that his previous 20 years of study had been for nothing. He had always boasted of himself as a genius and felt at ease wearing the hat of a national miracle doctor. But in front of Lu Jin, not only did he lower his noble head, but he also bent his thick waist. He wished he could crawl on the ground and kiss the tip of his shoes like a believer meeting his God. At the same time, there was a surgery that was almost the same technique being carried out in a private hospital in the imperial capital. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1957, The Fat Carp Stands Up. The double monthly votes for 10 months had begun. Those who had guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Silly Princess Jing for your 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Today was the third update. The second update was at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1969. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the windowsill. His face was expressionless, but he was listening attentively to the report in his Bluetooth headset. Major General Hua, Grandfather Hua's surgery at the Imperial Capital Private Hospital has ended. As soon as he finished speaking, the red light in front of the operating theater on their side also went out, indicating that the surgery here was also over. Hua Xiaoheng felt a little strange. He stood up and walked to the end of the corridor where there was no one around. He said in a low voice, "Continue to observe." Not long after, Lu Jin came out of the ward in a surgical gown. He smiled at the parents waiting at the door and said, "The surgery went smoothly. He'll wake up in 2 days." "Ha! Really? Professor Lu, my son will really wake up." The couple cried tears of joy and hugged each other. It had been 6 years, but they had not given up on their seriously ill child, nor had they given birth to another healthy child. They had only guarded this one and could not let go. Finally, a miracle had appeared. Lu Jin nodded. "You can keep watching over him. After he wakes up, he has more things to do. In addition to rehabilitation, you have to let him see a psychiatrist. 6 years is not a short time. He won't be able to get used to it." Okay. We'll go find a physiotherapist and psychiatrist now." The couple was so happy that they didn't even wipe their tears. They knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Jin. In modern society, very few people would give such a big bow. However, Lu Jin accepted it calmly and said with a smile, "If you have any questions, you can look for him." He pointed at Chen Lai, who had come out behind him, and turned to leave the military general hospital. Chen Lai was about to chase after him to express his admiration and even made up his mind to acknowledge Lu Jin as his teacher. However, he was grabbed by the excited couple and watched Lu Jin walk away. Gu Nianji smiled and chased after him. She said to Lu Yuan, "President Lu, in order to celebrate the success of my father's surgery, you must treat us to a big meal today." Song Jining walked beside Lu Yuan and covered her mouth with a smile. She said, "Today is Friday, Nianji. Even if your father didn't have surgery, Lu Yuan is going to cook a big meal anyway." Gu Nianji sighed. She had forgotten. She quickly changed her words. "Then we'll cook a big meal tomorrow too." Lu Yuan agreed with a smile and said to Song Jining without batting an eyelid, "Director Song, come with me to buy some groceries later. There aren't many groceries in the fridge at home." "All right, no problem. Everyone is resting today. Let's go to my house for a big meal." Song Jining waved her hand heroically. Her starry eyes turned slightly, and Lu Yuan's heart raced. Hua Xiaoheng didn't follow him. He waited for the emotional couple to leave before walking over to Chen Lai and handing him a glass of water. Chen Lai took the disposable cup and finished it in one gulp. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and whispered, "Hua Xiao, where did you find Nianji's biological father? He's even more powerful than Gu Xiangwen." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said noncommittally, "The surgery was very successful. Yes, very successful. Chen Lai followed Hu Xiaoheng to his office in the Army's General Hospital and sat down. He didn't bother to greet Hu Xiaoheng as he hurriedly sat in front of the computer and began writing surgical notes. He wanted to memorize all the insights he had gained from Lu Jin's surgery. How can there be such a genius? Moreover, his surgical technique was simply too amazing. He was like a robot, not a single mistake. Hu Xiaoheng walked to his desk and sat down. After Chen Lai finished writing the surgical notes, he said calmly, "Someone is also performing surgery on my grandfather." Chen Lai was stunned for a moment and slowly raised his head. "What did you say?" "Someone is performing the same surgery on my grandfather." Hu Xiaoheng took out the round gold coin and played with it between his fingers. Chen Lai instantly understood. Zhang Baochen brought his father to the private hospital because he didn't want to give up and wake up grandfather Hua. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "That should be the reason. No wonder you didn't say anything." Chen Lai understood Hu Xiaoheng's situation and sighed. "After all, he's your grandfather. Even though he did something wrong, you can only turn a blind eye to such life-saving matters." Hu Xiaoheng sighed and said in a muffled voice, "I don't know if it's right or wrong to do this, so I simply didn't do anything." He watched coldly from the sidelines. Chen Lai shook his head. "But don't think too much. There won't be any changes. Unless Professor Lu performs the surgery on your grandfather." Then, he asked in confusion, "If your father knew that Professor Lu could perform this kind of surgery, would he come and beg him to perform the surgery on your grandfather?" If Chen Lai's guess was right, 2 days later, when the young man they were treating today woke up, Lu Jin's reputation would spread like wildfire. Not only would the entire Huaxia Empire, but the entire world would know that they had a doctor with superb medical skills. Hu Xiaoheng's lips twitched. "You're thinking too much. Uncle Lu won't treat him." They all agreed that grandfather Hu wouldn't wake up. But this time, they were all wrong. 2 days later, not only did the young man in a vegetative state who had been in a coma for 6 years successfully wake up, but grandfather Hu also slowly woke up in the private hospital. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his illegitimate son, Zhang Baochen. "Bao Chen." He called out his name with a trembling voice, and tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. In the past year and a half, he had actually been conscious. Sometimes, he could even hear the people around him. However, he was too tired to move at all. He didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. The feeling of his soul drifting away from his body was too unbearable. Zhang Baochen did his best to wake him up, and grandfather Hu's heart was completely on his side. "Dad! You're finally awake." Zhang Baochen wailed and threw himself in front of grandfather Hu's bed. He cried sincerely, and he was really crying tears of joy. In the past year and a half, he had almost fallen from heaven to hell. He thought that he would never be able to turn things around. He didn't expect that there would be a way out, and he would stand up again. "Dad! Dad! You're finally awake." He couldn't say anything else, so he just repeated this sentence over and over again. In grandfather Hu's ears, these words sounded better than anything else. They were like the sound of Buddha's voice, making him feel comfortable all over. After Zhang Baochen cried bitterly, he called his 2 children and his wife and asked them to come to the hospital immediately. After thinking for a while, Zhang Baochen called Hu Guanchen again and said, "Second brother, Dad is awake." Hu Guanchen's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't react for a long time. "What did you say?" "He's really awake. He's awake. Second brother can come to the hospital to see him." He even turned on the camera on his phone, took a short video, and sent it to Hu Guanchen. Hu Guanchen saw the video on his phone and immediately sent it to Lu Yuan without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Yuan was picking up the car with Lu Jin in the 4S store of the Hong Corporation. When he heard his phone ring, he took it out and opened it. He found that Huo Guanchen had sent him a video. Lu Yuan casually opened it to take a look, and his eyes suddenly widened. His father, who was in a vegetative state, had actually woken up. This is the second update of the day, chapter 1958, Awake. It's sent to 2674282 for the Pro-August Alliance Leader update. Come, where are the monthly tickets? October's double monthly tickets on the 7th day of the month. There are also recommendation tickets. The third update, 8 o'clock p.m. Moi, Big and Little Angels. Chapter 1970. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng also received a message from his subordinate. The old master has woken up. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Just as he was about to send a text message to continue asking, he received another message on his phone. It was a short video from Lu Yuan. When he finished watching the video, he was also shocked. Other than Lu Jin, there was actually someone else in this world who could perform this kind of surgery. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the people at the dining table, then at Lu Jin, who was chatting and laughing with Gu Nianji. He narrowed his eyes, then looked at Lu Yuan and said, "President Lu, do you want to go take a look?" Lu Yuan nodded with a sullen face. "Of course I have to go. Your father invited me to go with him. What about you?" Hu Xiaoheng put down his phone, picked up a napkin, and wiped his hands. He said slowly, "Of course I have to go too." His grandfather, who had become a vegetable, had woken up after a surgery. Shouldn't he visit him? Gu Nianji turned around and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Her gaze wandered between Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at each other. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of hiding anything, Hu Xiaoheng said, "To see the old master." "He's awake." Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment. She quickly remembered that it was Grandfather Hua, and her face fell. "He's awake. How lucky." "It's not luck." Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept across Lu Jin's face. "Someone performed the surgery on him." Lu Jin frowned. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. It was Chen Lai. As soon as he picked up, Chen Lai's surprised voice came from the phone. "Professor Lu. The patient is awake. He's really awake. His parents are so happy that they want to bring him here to kowtow to you." Lu Jin laughed. "If he's awake, then he's awake. There's no need to kowtow anymore. Take good care of them. If anything happens, you can do as you see fit." Lu Jin didn't have the patience to do the follow-up, and he didn't care about the gratitude of the patient's family. After hanging up the phone with Chen Lai, Lu Jin took the initiative to say, "Why don't I go take a look too? I didn't expect there to be such a good doctor here. I'm so ignorant." Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and shook his head. "Don't go yet. Wait for CEO Lu and I to investigate the situation." Lu Jin was very convinced by Hu Xiaoheng and nodded. "Okay, you guys go first. But if it's convenient, check if his surgery was recorded by any surveillance cameras and send it back to me." Hu Xiaoheng agreed. He packed his things and went to the private hospital with Lu Yuan to visit Grandfather Hua. At that moment, Huo Guanchen had already left in the car. When he arrived at Grandfather Hua's ward, he found that other than Zhang Baoqin, his wife, and 2 children, there were a few people he didn't know. One was a capable woman in a black professional suit, and the other was a pretty girl in a white dress. The woman in black was Gua Huining, and the one in white was Do Ayin. Grandfather Hua, who had been in a vegetative state a few days ago, was now able to sit up and was being fed porridge by her son. The smile on Gua Huining's face involuntarily widened. Hopefully her choice wasn't wrong. She walked in with Do Ayin and stood behind Zhang Baoqin. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Baoqin turned around and saw that it was Gua Huining. He immediately rushed over to shake her hand and said, "Director Gua. Thanks to you. Thank you. Thank you so much." Gua Huining smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, you're welcome. We were lucky to be able to wake Grandfather Huo up. You're too modest. This wasn't luck. I saw my father undergo surgery with my own eyes and wake up 2 days later. This definitely wasn't luck." Zhang Baoqin shook Gua Huining's hand vigorously, extremely grateful. Do Ayin tilted her head and looked at them with a faint smile on her lips. Huo Guanchen also walked over and nodded politely to Gua Huining. "Thank you for helping to wake my father up." Zhang Baoqin quickly introduced, "This is my second brother, General Huo Guanchen." He then said to Huo Guanchen, "This is Miss Gua Huining, the director of the Hong Corporation's legal department." "General Huo, you're too kind." Gua Huining was flattered and reached out to shake Huo Guanchen's hand. "Since I know him, how can I not help him? The old man is getting old. How many years do he have left to live? We're all children, so I understand how you feel." Huo Guanchen shook her hand emotionally. It was rare to see such a magnanimous and sensible girl. Do Ayin stood behind Gua Huining without saying a word. Huo Guanchen pretended not to know her, and she had no intention of joining in. She lowered her head to look at the wood patterns on the floor and suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and looked at it. She quickly said to Gua Huining, "Huining, I'm a little hungry. Let's go eat breakfast first." Do Ayin was indeed a little hungry after being dragged out of bed by Gua Huining early in the morning. Gua Huining saw her give her a look and nodded. "Okay, let's go eat something first. Mr. Zhang, we won't disturb your family any longer." Zhang Baoqin quickly said, "Director Gua, don't be so polite. You're our family's savior. Let me know if there's anything you need. I won't hesitate to do anything for you." Gua Huining had been waiting for him to say this. She smiled and said, "You're being too serious. I'll go eat breakfast first. We'll talk later." Okay. Zhang Baoqin watched as the two left the room, then turned to go to Grandfather Huo's bedside to entertain his wife. Gua Huining and Do Ayin left Grandfather Huo's room, but were in no hurry to go downstairs. Instead, they went to an empty room and waited. Gua Huining asked curiously, "Ayin, what are you doing?" Do Ayin loosened her grip on Gua Huining's sleeve and put a finger to her lips. She whispered, Gua Huining should stop talking and look outside. There was no one else in the room they were in, and they had turned off the lights when they came in. It was dark inside, and they could see outside, but the people outside couldn't see in. Not long after, two impressive-looking but handsome men walked past their ward. The young man's side profile was impeccable, as if he could enter a painting at any time. He inadvertently turned his eyes and glanced at the room. Gua Huining almost lost her footing. She even forgot to breathe. He was so handsome that it made people feel despair, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss and could never climb out. She was stunned for a moment before remembering that this person was Huo Xiaoheng. Do Ayin, who was next to her, looked coldly at the two men who had just walked past outside. They were really handsome. Not only were they so young that people couldn't take their eyes off them, but the older one also had a mature and steady temperament. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were full of seductive charm. You didn't think he was old, but only felt that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. He was full of masculinity. However, although both of them were extremely charming, they weren't like Do Ayin's cup of tea. Huo Xiaoheng was the man Do Ayin's sister, Do Qingyan liked, and Do Ian had no interest in him. However, seeing him reminded her of Professor He, whom she used to like and have a crush on. He was the one who could make her heart beat faster and stutter at a glance. She didn't know where this idol was now. Do Ian thought about it in a daze. She silently watched Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan walk past their ward before pushing Guo Huining. Huining, let's go. Guo Huining also saw Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. She whispered in surprise. Ian, you've done the most. As soon as grandfather Hua woke up, they all came. Do Ian curled her lips. Huining, I told you that I wouldn't lie to you. Now that you've done the Hua family a great favor, as long as they help persuade Gu Nianji, they won't refuse such a small matter. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1959, You've done the most. Come, where's the monthly votes? The double monthly votes for October are on the 7th day of the month. And recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1971. In Guo Huining's opinion, grandfather Hua was definitely the head of the Hua family. Although he was no longer in the military and no longer had a military rank, his biological son was very powerful. Hua Guanchen, the general, was obviously very concerned about his father. The Hua family didn't have an old lady, so grandfather Hua was definitely the most powerful. No matter how capable Hua Xiaoheng was, could he publicly contradict his grandfather and father? She knew that people like Hua Xiaoheng in the system were most particular about personal morality. If he didn't have personal morality, he wouldn't even be able to get a promotion through the masses. Therefore, Gu Nianji had to suffer in silence. Guo Huining smiled gently and held Do Ian's hand. Ian, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Although something happened to your family, it has nothing to do with you. I'm willing to help you. Do Ian looked touched. Huining, after my family's accident, all my old friends avoided me when they saw me or pretended not to know me. Only you treated me the same as before. Actually, the two of them weren't familiar with each other in the past. They had only attended some cocktail parties. And at that time, Do Ian didn't even care to know someone like Guo Huining. Guo Huining had heard of Do Ian's name. Now, the two of them let bygones be bygones and left the private hospital while chatting and laughing. In grandfather Hua's ward, Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan watched from the door for a while. The Zhang family surrounded grandfather Hua's bed and asked about his well-being. It was indeed a happy and harmonious scene. Zhang Baoqin and Hua Guanchen stood at the side and talked. Both of them had smiles on their faces and were very harmonious and natural. When Lu Yuan saw this scene, for some reason, he thought of his mother, Xie Xian. When his mother passed away, he was no longer in this world. At that time, how sad was his mother's heart that she left a will to be buried in the Xie family cemetery in France. She refused to forgive grandfather Hua even in her death. Lu Yuan had always been calm and gentle, but his eyes gradually condensed with wind, frost, rain, and snow. However, he didn't reveal his sharpness and just stood quietly at the door of the ward. Hua Xiaoheng walked in. He had to see with his own eyes what was going on with grandfather Hua. Hua Guanchen was chatting with Zhang Baoqin when he saw someone coming from the door. He looked up and saw that it was his brother, Hua Guanyuan, and his son, Hua Xiaoheng. He couldn't help but be delighted. It seemed that although the two of them didn't say it out loud, they were still filial and worried about their father and grandfather. With that in mind, Hua Guanchen's expression lightened up. She turned to the door and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng, who had walked in first. Xiaoheng, you're here. Your grandfather is awake. It's all thanks to your third uncle this time. He turned and pointed at Zhang Baoqin. Zhang Baoqin rubbed his hands together and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a fawning expression. However, he seemed more confident than before, and his back was also straightened. Hu Xiaoheng looked straight ahead as he walked past Zhang Baoqin. I don't remember grandmother giving birth to third uncle. Zhang Baoqin was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hu Guangqin's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter what, your third uncle is your grandfather's biological son. Faced with his father's anger, Hu Xiaoheng did not argue. Instead, he kept his mouth shut and continued walking towards grandfather Hu's bed. Lu Yuan walked in at this moment and stood in front of Hu Guangqin. He said coldly, General Hu, when you said this, did you think about your mother? The corners of Hu Guangqin's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, Mother has her difficulties, and father has his difficulties. You can't lose sight of one. Lose sight of one. Lu Yuan shrugged mockingly. No wonder you divorced your seriously ill wife and became an engaged couple with someone like Bai Jini. So it turns out that you had eyes but failed to see. Who are you scolding? Hu Guangqin's self-restraint was almost at its breaking point. He endured it again and again to prevent himself from falling out with Lu Yuan in front of the Zhang family. I'll scold whoever takes the wrong position, Lu Yuan said lightly. The expression on his face became more and more calm. He had mobilized his professionalism to deal with Hu Guangqin. Zhang Baoqin saw that Hu Guangqin was about to quarrel with this person. He stared at him for a long time and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen this person before. Lu Yuan hadn't been back for 18 years, and he was no longer the same as before. Probably only people who were especially familiar with him could resist his identity. 18 years ago, Zhang Baoqin hadn't entered the family yet. He hadn't even met Lu Yuan once. It was only later that he saw a photo of Lu Yuan when he was young at grandfather Hu's place that he felt that he looked familiar. However, he didn't think about it at all. It was just that he saw that Hu Guangqin seemed to be very familiar with this person, so he wanted to get close to him. He walked up to mediate the fight and said, Second brother, don't be angry. Auntie died early. If she was alive, my mother. Who allowed you to call me auntie and second mother? No matter how good Lu Yuan's self-restraint was, he was still angered. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Baoqin's throat, almost pressing him against the wall. Zhang Baoqin was almost suffocated to death. His face quickly turned purple, and his eyes almost bulged out. He cried out, and his legs were about to turn into noodles. Let go. Hu Guangqin panicked and came over to break Lu Yuan's wrist. Lu Yuan ignored him and pushed him away with one hand. He sneered at Zhang Baoqin and said, What era is this? Some people are even proud of their concubines and call themselves the sons of their concubines. Wake up, you're just an illegitimate child who can't see the light of day. Besides, your surname is Zhang, not Hua. The Zhang family who were surrounding grandfather Hu's bed turned around and saw this scene. They all cried out in fear. Zhang Baoqin's wife, Qian Shihui, pounced on Lu Yuan like a madman and patted him on the shoulder, telling him to let go. Zhang Baoqin's son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna, also came over to help. However, even with their family combined, they couldn't move one of Lu Yuan's arms. He still grabbed Zhang Baoqin's throat forcefully, and gritted his teeth tightly as he tried his best to suppress his anger. After the Zhang family dispersed, grandfather Hu finally saw the situation. Lu Yuan's back was facing the bed, so he didn't see his face. He only saw Zhang Baoqin, who was facing the bed, being strangled to death by a tall man. He immediately said angrily, Who are you? What are you doing? Call the guards. Hurry up and call the guards. Hu Xiaoheng had already walked to the side of grandfather Hu's bed and looked down at him. He was secretly surprised. Grandfather Hu was really recovering very well. If he wasn't wrong, his condition was only slightly worse than the young man who was undergoing surgery on Lu Jin's side. However, the person over there was still young, and his body recovered quickly. Grandfather Huo was almost 80 years old. He had been in a vegetative state for a year and a half, but he was still in this state. It was really amazing. Grandfather Huo lost his temper and looked up to see a tall figure approaching. He subconsciously shrank back. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was his proudest grandson, Huo Xiaoheng. He immediately said, "Xiaoheng, are you here to see me? Hurry up and save your third uncle." Then he scolded Lu Yuan, who was strangling Zhang Baochun's throat. "Where did this lowlife come from? Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, my son and grandson will just call a few guards over, and you'll have to bear the consequences." Huo Xiaoheng looked at Grandfather Huo without batting an eyelid. Seeing that his face was rosy and full of energy, he smiled slightly. "Grandfather, who are you calling a lowlife? Who else can I scold?" "Of course I'm scolding the lowlife who strangled him." Grandfather Huo pounded on the hospital bed and shouted. However, after lying on the hospital bed for a year and a half, he still couldn't move his legs. When Lu Yuan heard Grandfather Huo scold him like this, he slowly let go of his hand, turned around, and came to Grandfather Huo's hospital bed. Huo Guanchen closed his eyes, not daring to look at this scene again. Grandfather Huo clenched his fists and watched angrily as the tall man walked closer and closer. He was thinking of taking this opportunity to teach this person who dared to hurt his third son a lesson. In the end, when the man stood in front of his hospital bed, Grandfather Huo was shocked when he saw the man's appearance clearly. You. Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" This person looked almost identical to his eldest son, Huo Guanyuan, who had passed away 18 years ago. The difference was that Huo Guanyuan was still young 18 years ago, but now he looked old. However, he was more mature and steady, like a famous wine that had experienced the baptism of time. The longer it was, the mellower it became. Lu Yuan looked at his father with complicated emotions, but his face was expressionless. He and his younger brother, Huo Guanchen, had been different since they were young. He was closer to his mother, Xia Xian, while his younger brother, Huo Guanchen, liked his father, Huo Xuanong, more. However, Huo Xuanong doted on him the most. Even if he wasn't close to him, it didn't matter. The son he doted on the most and was most proud of had always been Huo Guanyuan. Today was the first time he had been scolded in public by Grandfather Huo. Lu Yuan looked at Grandfather Huo quietly and said calmly, "I'm a scumbag." Hearing this voice, Grandfather Huo's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly understood, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Soon, he grabbed Lu Yuan's hand with tears streaming down his face. "Ah Yuan. Is my Ah Yuan back? You're finally back, Yuan. You left so early. Father is sad." "Ah." Huo Guanchen's face quickly turned ashen. He had long known that it had been decades. He was about to have a grandson, but in his father's heart, he still couldn't compare to his older brother. Even if his older brother hadn't been by his father's side for 18 years to fulfill his filial piety, even if his older brother refused to take the Huo surname and would rather change it, his father still only had his older brother, Huo Guanyuan, in his eyes. Lu Yuan, however, wasn't moved at all. He pried Grandfather Huo's hand away with one finger at a time and said in a deep voice, "You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm Lu Yuan. Your son, Huo Guanyuan, died 18 years ago. Have you forgotten the title of a martyr given by the military?" But. Grandfather Huo grabbed Lu Yuan's hand again and said eagerly, "But you clearly look the same as him. People are just alike." Lu Yuan was determined not to acknowledge Grandfather Huo. He was a little uncertain at first, but when he heard grandfather Hu ask Hu Shaoheng to call Zhang Baoqin, third uncle, he confirmed his decision. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited the food he had eaten the night before. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1960, People Are Alike. October's double monthly votes will be on the 7th day of the month. Those who have guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. There are also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, Leader Beth1211, for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Today is the second update, and the second update will be at 8 p.m. Tomorrow will be the third update. Mwah, everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.